Rurali, can you hear me? Rurali?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Can, yes, okay,
Yes.
nice, nice.
Wow.
Morning, Dr.
Very
Deepak.
good.
Good morning.
Sharma sir, namaskar.
Namaskar ji, namaskar.
I could
Namaskar,
see
ma'am.
Sharma. Good morning.
Okay. Should I start?
Please.
Yes, you can. The 1 minute is there. At exact 10 o'clock, you can start.
Okay.
Good morning to every one of you. Good morning, Dr. Pankaj Mittal,
Good morning, sir. How are you, sir?
Vani, and good morning,
Good
Vice
morning.
Chancellor Sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Good
Thiru
morning,
Vikram
good
Saab
morning, HR
and
Sri.
Good
Pankaj
morning,
ji.
Morning,
everyone.
Professor Jan. Good morning.
Yeah, good to see you. So good to see you.
Rama,
Yesterday,
how are you?
And
the,
Rama ji.
yesterday the program went on well. Very especially your speech was a game changer, Vice
Oh,
Chancellor.
no, sir. I think you're being very kind.
A
You're
lot
being
of impact on rest of the speakers as well. I'm happy about it.
Sir, Dr. Jain himself is a environmentalist and he has a very good research in the field of
Yeah,
environment science.
that's great as well.
But yesterday, I think what was good that the selection of the resource persons was so good
Yeah,
that they covered a variety of diverse topics rather. And yeah, whatever needed to be covered, it was a very sort of exhaustive range of topics. So it was very educative also.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think
Credit
Dr.
goes to Dr. Rama, sir.
No,
Yeah.
Dr. Pankaj has lot of soft corner for Tezpur University because it's a third conference, sir. It's a third conference, but whatever Vice Chancellor said is absolutely right. The strength and background of the speakers of yesterday really cannot be compared with the other previous conferences. Okay, so credit mainly goes to Dr. Pankaj Mittal and supported by Dr. Mrs. Vani as well.
Sure.
Thank you,
Actually,
sir.
Madam had a vision to invite people from various agencies. That has worked well, like from Ministry of NITI Aayog and industry. That was the main key behind finding the resource persons.
At
And
least,
Yeah.
Jan sir also helped us.
yeah, the future conference also speak should be uh, from mostly from government and industry. The academicians fine, but it's better to have such a way in future as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I think what we could do in future, that
Yeah,
some of the case studies which
yes,
which have actually yielded some very positive results
yeah.
uh, as a result of some of these green practices or sustainable practices. I think we could highlight those in any future conference.
It's good idea as well because the institutions are thinking of going for NAC accreditation, NIRF and all. they are looking for some good best practices and good case studies as well. So we can include those type of things in our regular conference itself in one sessions. That's a good idea, Vice Chancellor, sir.
So, should I start then?
Why not,
Yeah,
please?
please.
Please start.
Now,
Please start.
thanks. Good morning and a warm welcome to you all. I take immense pleasure to welcome you to the second day of the East Zone Vice Chancellor's Meet 2021-22 on realizing sustainable development goals through higher education institutions for ensuring clean energy, green environment, and sustainable ecosystem, SDGs 7, 13, 14, and 15. The event is organized by the Association of Indian Universities, hosted by Tezpur University, and endorsed by United Nations. I'm glad to share that we have successfully completed the two technical sessions yesterday on SDG 7 and 13. And as already Professor Jain and Colonel Srivastava has commented in the informal chat before the session. It was a very educative session yesterday, and I hope that today's sessions will also be very fruitful and it will be helping us with perspectives from various agencies. Now, I'd like to begin. For the third technical session, we have the topic Contribution of Higher Education Institutions in Conserving Marine Resources for Sustainable Development, SDG 14. We are honored to have among us to chair this session Professor G.D. Sharma, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. Professor Gauri Dutt Sharma has been the former Vice Chancellor of Atal Bihari Vajpayee Vishwavidyalaya, Chhattisgarh, the former Vice Chancellor of Nagaland University and Pro-Vice Chancellor of Assam University. He has been an erudite scholar of microbial ecology and technology, microbiology. He has recently been the recipient of the Swami Vivekananda Excellence Award by International Institute of Oriental in March 2019. I'd like to request Professor Sharma to initiate the session and chair this event. Professor, am I audible?
Thank you, Ali, and namaskar to every one of you. And before I start, I must thank Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of AIU, and our Honorable President, Thiru Visagam Saab, who has been so active, Dr. Rama Devi Pani, and our great friend and also environmentalist, internationally known all over the world, Professor V.K. Jain, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Tezpur University, with whom I got the opportunity to share the desk today morning and also yesterday. So I pay my highest regards to him for his contributions made in the field of environment. And good morning to all our respected Honorable Vice Chancellors, Registrar, and also other officers of the East Zone who are attending this second day AIU East Zone Vice Chancellors meeting on a very important aspect of this realizing the sustainable development goals through higher educational institutions for ensuring clean energy, green environment and sustainable ecosystem. Yesterday we had very important two technical sessions along with other inaugural and the speakers who have spoken about two SDGs and also how Indian institutes of higher education can contribute. They have discussed and also the support available from different funding agencies, particularly from these DST, Ministry of Environment, UGC, that has also come to our knowledge. Today, as has been told, that very important SDG 14, that is contribution of higher educational institutions in conserving marine resources for sustainable development. We have this technical session. And in this session, we have four very renowned speakers. Mr. Sunil Sharmaji, environmental scientist, UNEP, Mr. Anup Kumar Mudgal, IFS retired and former High Commissioner to Mauritius, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Director, National Institute of Oceanography, Goa, and Dr. Vijay Kumar, Scientist, G, Ministry of Earth Science, New Delhi. As we know that marine system, the ocean and seas, they cover actually they more than, you see, 97% of earth water, and also 3/4 of earth surface, where 99% living species of the planet by volume exist. Globally, if we see the market value of marine and coastal resources and industries, they are having their contribution of nearly $3 trillion per annum and contributes to 5% GDP of the world over. It also provides more than 2 lakhs known species. Just I was going through last week's science report that even a number of more than 70% species, particularly the microbial communities, are yet to be explored. And the report was that the deep seas, there are some bacteria known who are producing oxygen, and this oxygen is so important for nitrogen fixation that the whole nitrogen cycle takes place. So this is the just last week discovery reported in Science. So we can imagine how important is this system and how it is supporting for nearly 2 billion population of the world, their food, nutrition, climate, so much water, energy, so much is there. But if we see the contribution and also from the higher educational institutions, we have yet to come forward to, in India particularly, to have the marine related studies in many universities, and it has got a lot of scope to make contributions, particularly for the marine environment studies, the deep sea studies, and also provide the new job opportunities. And the concept of job placement can be converted by this study into job generation, not only the placement. So we may have to in future change our job placement to the job generation, the new energy, as well as the new bioresources which are there. So we are having the esteemed speakers. I will not take much time. I will request that we
Professor,
listen to them. Thank you very much.
Professor Sharma, I would like to intervene. I'm really sorry for intervention. I'd like to inform that for some unforeseen commitments, the environmental scientist of United Nations Environmental Program, Dr. Sumit Sharma, won't be able to join today. But we have among us as our first speaker, Dr. Sonia Henam, who is a colleague of Mr. Sharma and also uh, an environmental scientist from the United Nations Environment Program. Also, I'd like to, in the beginning, I'd like to inform that the four speakers that we have among us today are, uh, as I have already mentioned, Dr. Sonia Henam, who is the environmental scientist of UNEP. Then we have Sri Anup Kumar Mudgal, IFS retired and former High Commissioner of Mauritius, New Delhi. And after that, we have the third speaker, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Director of National Institute of Oceanography, Goa. And Also, Dr. Vijay Kumar, Scientist G, Ministry of Arts Sciences, New Delhi. And before our chairperson invites the first speaker, I'd like to give a small brief introduction about the first speaker we have among us today. Dr. Sonia Hannum, we are glad to welcome you, ma'am. Dr. Sonia Hannum, former Deputy Program Manager, Municipal Solid Waste, Center for Science and Environment, New Delhi, is currently an environmental scientist of United Nations Environment Program and works in waste management, plastic pollution, and marine litter. With this brief introduction, I'd like to welcome her and request the chairperson to continue the session. Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much. Now we can invite Dr.
Dr.
Sonia.
Hannum.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, sir, for inviting me to be part of this important event. I hope I'm audible to everyone. So, the theme of the session is contribution of HEIs in conserving marine resources for sustainable development 14. My focus would be mainly on marine litter and plastic waste and the concern and roles that can be played by HEIs. So, in Sustainable Development Goal 14 is mainly conserving and sustainably using the ocean, seas, and marine resources. There are various targets. There are about 7 targets which talks about reduce marine litter, target about protect and restore ecosystems, reduce ocean acidification. Target 4.4 talks about sustainable fishing. Target 14.5 talks about conserve coastal and marine areas. Target 14.6 talks about end subsidies contributing to overfishing. And target 14.7 talks about increasing the economic benefit from sustainable use of marine resources. My session would be talking briefly about how marine litter and plastic waste is impacting the environment. Second would be what global work has been undertaken in this aspect. Then what is UNEP working on globally as well as in India in order to manage this marine litter and plastic waste in the country. And last but not the least, finally, what role can HEIs can play in this important topic? So as I was just briefing you about SDGs 14, it is to conserve and sustainably use the ocean, seas, and marine resources. One of the main aspects of marine resources is marine litter and is a global concern. Why is it a global concern is because of the various fact that we have in the world this time of the year. So some of the facts that we see in marine litter is that 9 billion plastic is produced in the world since 1950, and the production has been increasing in the last 4 decades. It's actually quadrupled in the last 4 decades, which means that it is a big concern. The consumption level is high as well as the production level is high. And the most important point is that out of this 9.9 to 14 million tons of plastic ends up in ocean. In 2016, this was a figure in 2016, and by 2040, it is projected to triple. And currently, 60 to 90% of marine litter is because of that. As per UNEP study, also it is being estimated that 80% of marine pollution originates on land. That's why plastic waste management or in general waste management system plays an important role in marine litter. Then again, if we talk about plastic waste management, how are we coping it in the environment? And 79% of plastic waste is landfill. Otherwise, it is dumped in natural resource environment. And we also know that there is a very low recycling plastic rate, which is about only 10% in the entire world, which means that we are using more than it needs to be recycled. And last, but the last important point is that it is plastic or marine litter is a transboundary issue because they do not have any boundary. It can travel from one place to another. That's why it's a transboundary issue. And it is a very concerning global issue that we're facing right now. If you talk about plastic waste in India, it is again a growing issue. If I'm sure everyone knows about how much of plastic or municipal solid waste has been generated in the country. It is about 55 million tons of municipal solid waste in the country annually. This is a figure by Central Pollution Control Board, and out of which only 37% is treated. And if you see the waste composition in the country, 7% of total municipal solid waste is plastic, which means that 3.3 million tons of plastic waste is generated every year in the country, as per Central Pollution Control Board data. But if we see the data on per capita consumption, India has about 11 kg as compared to the global average, which is about 28 kg. But that doesn't mean that we need not worry about it, because the consumption and production rate in India is increasing every year. This was a figure during 2018 World Health Environment Day, but right now it's 2021, and I'm sure the consumption level is increasing. Then, as per a study by Jembeck et al. In 2015, India is the highest 12th contributor to mismanaged plastic waste. So what is mismanaged plastic waste? It's just the plastic that is either littered or inadequately disposed. And it is projected to become fifth by 2025. And 2025 is not that far away. And finally, I'm sure everyone must have read about one of the river system which carry 80 to 99% of plastic falls in India, which is Ganges. And this is a data by We Forum. What I'm trying to describe here is that how plastic waste can be an issue. It's an issue right now, and it can be an ever-increasing issue in the near future as well. We all know about the impacts of plastic, different type of plastic that it's having on the marine resources, such as megaplastic, mesoplastic, microplastic, nanoplastic, and they're all affecting the marine resources, such as whales, seas, dolphins, turtle, birds, etc. And the plastic waste produced and mismanaged is mainly found in the Asian countries, staying Asian countries, including India, which means that we really need to work on improving this waste management system in India. And like I said earlier, it's affecting the marine litter is impacting the environment, and it's evident from various studies that have been done by the scientists. And I just wanted to point it out that in one of the study by MacArthur et al., it says that there would be more plastic than fishes in ocean by 2050. And again, if you see the cost of marine plastic in terms of economic, it is estimated to $6.19 billion globally in 2018, which means that it can have direct impact on tourism, fisheries, and aquaculture, and cost of cleanup. So, we need to also think about it's just not marine resources that's affecting, it's also affecting economic cost of marine plastic. Then, other than that, we can see the other impact that you see in the land or in the ocean, landfill, leachate, risk to coral reef, clogging of drains, urban flood, etc. So if you want to, you might be thinking, what are the global initiatives that's been on controlling marine plastic litter? We have UNEA, which is United Nations Environment Assembly. It's one of the world's highest level decision-making body on environment, and it addresses the critical environmental challenges that we're facing today. And there are various resolutions on marine plastic debris and microplastic since its resolution started in 2014 and in 2019 latest, where India piloted a resolution on single-use plastic product. So I'll share for people who wants to know more, I'll share the PPT later on. But what I'm trying to say is that globally, there are various initiatives that's working on marine plastic litter and microplastic. Again, then there is G20 Osaka Blue Ocean Vision that talks about reducing additional pollution by marine plastic litter by zero by 2050. Then again, if you see to the Indian context, what kind of policy or rules we have on plastic waste or even solid waste management. So in 2016, the government came out with a set of rules of waste management, including solid waste management rule, plastic waste management rule, amongst other. And plastic waste management rule has been amended twice in 2018 and most recently 2021. In 2021, it was important because it came out with prohibiting identified single-use plastic as well as draft notification for EPR. Then we have a Swachh Bharat Mission 1 to Namami Gange program. Then there is National Task Force for Elimination of Single-Use Plastic and implementation of plastic waste management rule. And all this has little component of plastic waste, and if we work towards it, then it would be useful to the environment and managing plastic waste. So in globally and in India, UNEP is working on various aspects of plastic and marine litter. In globally, UNEP is supporting development and implementation of national regional action plans, facilitate technical and policy support, science-based assessment and solution, forum to enable stakeholders to share experience and coordinate actions, then document actions of member states, and most importantly, generate awareness and platform for discussion. In India, it's supporting science, policy, capacity building, and outreach. If we talk about what UNEP is exactly doing in India, we are supporting two projects on plastic and marine litter. One is called India-Norway Marine Litter Initiative, Marine Pollution Initiative, funded by Government of Norway, and the second one is Countermeasure Project, funded by Government of Japan. So in India-Norway Marine Litter Initiative, this is a national level effort. It is a demand-driven project in support with Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and the aim is to contribute to the management of marine pollution and support India to actively engage globally. Then we are supporting Marine Litter Cell constituted by MOFCC by giving technical expertise, research and analysis, stakeholder consultation, etc. Here we have come out with few studies last year on single-use plastic and its analysis of implementation in the country, as well as status of research capacities and information system on marine plastic litter in India. Here we try to map different type of institution that is working on marine litter in India. And this year also, we would be coming out with various important studies on scaling up alternative for identified SUP, sustainable packaging, recycled plastic, as well as waste recycling. Then last but not the least, keeping in mind the ongoing pandemic, we are also coming out with strengthening biomedical waste focused on plastic waste. So these are some of the studies that is been doing currently under India-Norway Marine Litter Initiative. I see that I'm almost up my time is up, but I just want to two more important points that I wanted to add. Under countermeasure, we are working on the state and city level efforts, and the city that we are working is in Agra, Allahabad, or Prayagraj, Haridwar, and Patna. Earlier, we were working in the first phase in Mumbai, but right now we're working in Patna. And the main aim is to deepen knowledge of land-based sources of plastic pollution in riverine ecosystem. Last but not the least, here we are trying to do ground assessment training and various scientific findings in cities have been carried out. So there, what we see is that most of the plastic that we find in these studies were MLPs. MLPs means multi-layered plastic for food, tobacco sachet, thin poly bags, cutlery sachet for detergents. So this kind of studies are being carried out under this project, and mapping of plastic leakage hotspot is being done. Apart from that, impact of plastic pollution on biodiversity, which is focusing on riverine species such as Gangetic River dolphin, gharial, and terrestrial species. And finally, trying to see the knowledge gap in the whole study. Last but not the least, the main important thing is capacity building and outreach. Under all this program, we are doing capacity building and outreach event for the stakeholder involved, especially the urban local bodies, for the cities and youth engagement. And what role can HEIs can play? Here, they can play a very important role. They can do various assessment of chemical composition, transportation, distribution, and modeling to derive source apportionment and plant measure. They can also have an assessment on impact on plastic human society, because higher education or youth can play a very important role in research. Apart from that, they could develop business mechanism for alternative, because in India right now, in spite of phasing out of single-use plastic, alternative needs to be placed properly. So that kind of mechanism needs to be built. Then building of youth capacities on this kind of problem. And last but not least, development of behavioral change model could be one of the role that HEIs can play. And maybe later on we can discuss on what kind of recommendation we can give under this theme. But I would like to end it here. Thank you so much and listening. Thank you very much for listening to me. I look forward to the discussion later on.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sonia Henam. You have very nicely and in detail especially the target 10 where plastic disposal taking place, dumping in fact, not disposal, dumping, and how support from UNEP is available, narrated nicely, and it will be very useful. And I think we can take questions in the last, if any, that will be better. Okay. So kindly call next speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
For the second speaker, we have among us Shri Anup Kumar Mudgal, IFS retired and former High Commissioner to Mauritius. Ambassador Anup Kumar Mudgal, a member of the Indian Foreign Service, retired in May 2016 as India's High Commissioner to Mauritius. As part of his diplomatic career, spanning 32 years, he served thrice at the headquarters of the Ministry of External Affairs, handling relations with India's neighborhood, Asian region, Russian Federation, and some countries of Central and Eastern Europe, as well as issues relating to human resource development. Domain specialization of Ambassador Mudgal includes blue economy, maritime security, diaspora, development partnership, and trade policy and market access. I'd like to request our respected chairperson to initiate the session and ask him to present.
Yeah, I request Dr. Anup Kumar Mudgal to kindly make presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. I would really want to put my gratitude and appreciation on record for this excellent initiative, which has been promoted by Association of Indian Universities, and if I could use the term, my good friend, Dr. Pankaj Mittal. And I also want to thank the universities from Eastern Zone and other zones for discussing this very important, timely issue. Today, of course, we are talking about SDG 14, but you have gone through all SDGs. And since all the SDGs are connected in a way, one leads to the other, I think it's a very wise decision to taking the issue to the universities and higher education institutions. I'm sure the listeners must be wondering why I am speaking on this issue of SDG 14. I think in the introduction, my dear friend missed out my association with the oceans through what is called the blue economy. My association with blue economy started when I went to Mauritius as India's High Commissioner. And Mauritius, being a key member of the so-called small island developing nations, they were the forefront of underlying the importance of maintaining the health of the oceans. They are called SIDS, and they were the drivers of paying attention to the oceans. I was associated with, I'm sure you have all heard about a term called SAGR, security and growth for all in the region. Since this statement was made by Honorable Prime Minister from Mauritius, I was associated with this journey of developing this theme and then creating a structure for looking after our association with the oceans. Thereafter, post my superannuation, I have been associated with Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce Task Force on Blue Economy, where we produced two major documents. One was the knowledge paper, Blue Economy Vision 2025 for India, and the other one was Blue Economy Global Best Practices, Takeaways for India and its partners. In fact, before we started the session, somebody was mentioning about sharing best practices. Now, this report, in fact, precisely does that. This is the knowledge paper I'm talking about, and this is the best practices report I'm talking about. Then I was also a member, or I'm still a member, because the steering committee has not been done away with. I was a member of the steering committee on blue economy and the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. And we had 7 working groups under the steering committee, and all 7 working groups produced a series of reports on ocean sustainability, and that led to what is called a draft policy framework for India in dealing with its oceans. So I would not really go into details of these reports because those soft copies are available with Association of Indian Universities, and I would request them to circulate those reports to the interested participants. I will make a very brief and very general argument for the merit of paying attention to the oceans, because if we don't do it, we would be very soon facing, which in fact now the term is very often used, the existential threat to the planet's ecosystem. Why we are here, why we reached a stage where the international community was compelled to talk about sustainability as a central pillar of policy and execution. You know, if you go back into the human history, what is that the humans want? We all want good life, and those who have good life, they want better life. Now, it might be seen ironic. We have, in fact, defined good life by the level and quantity of consumption that we can have. Good life means comfort. Good life means more consumption. We want to consume. We want to have everything. We want to have big cars, big houses, international travel, you name it. There is no harm in seeking good life. But the issue is that somebody has to provide for that good life. Seeking good life is a wonderful thing, but who will provide for that good life? There is only one source which will contribute, or which can contribute, materials and other resources for supplying to that demand of good life. And that is our only dear planet Earth. Now, the issue is that Earth has a capacity to provide and capacity to process what we produce as waste as a result of consumption. Now, in a year, the day we reach the capacity of the earth is called the Earth's Overshoot Day. I'm sure you have all heard that. This overshoot day has been falling every year around July, August, if I remember correctly, which means we exhaust the Earth's resources 5 months ahead of the closure of the year, and we have been doing it for decades. As a result, we have been over-exploiting the Earth's resources, which are causing a massive damage to the health of the Earth's ecosystem. Now, we all know this deteriorating health is manifested in extreme pollution, land degradation, loss of biodiversity, so on and so forth. As a result, today, we have reached a stage where, in fact, global warming is now seen as a serious existential threat to life on the planet. Now, the issue is, if the consumption or overconsumption is the cause which has brought us to this stage, how do we solve it? Can we go and tell people, okay, don't grow. I don't seek prosperity. Don't seek good life. I'm sure if I say that, you will not call me next time for talking in any of these conferences. We all want good life. There is no sin in seeking good life. But at the same time, the earth is demanding a better deal. The planet is demanding a better deal. Now, my question is, how do we combine these contradictory situations of demanding more, but at the same time respecting the earth's capacity? Can we do it? The next question is, can we do it, or we are doomed to fail? My answer is yes, we can do it. Basically, there are two pathways to this, because the core is, don't stop developing, don't stop growing, but can you reduce the resource intensity of growth? Can you reduce the resource intensity of prosperity or your consumption? If you ask me, because I'm also a science background student, my answer is yes. In fact, we have two major pathways available to us. One we famously call as circular economy, which is based on the core concept of reduce, reuse, and recycle. Maybe some other day we can talk about that. And the other is find new sources of resources. That's the second one we are talking today. Maybe some other day, if there's an opportunity, I would be very happy to talk about circular economy, which can help us reduce the resource intensity of growth. But today we're talking about new and additional resources. Now again, should I use the term, what? I'm not really, I'm not celebrating that expression in any manner. With the earth, with the land resources depleting, there is a massive demand that we look at the oceans as an additional source of resources. Now, having dealt with blue economy for almost 7 years now, when we look at the oceans, somehow sitting in Delhi, we think ocean is something absolutely new. But those who live next to the ocean, they know the ocean is not a new entity. We have known the oceans for generations, for centuries. And we have used the ocean or harnessed the ocean for economic benefit, as I called our prosperity and better life. Ocean is a source of food, ocean is a source of transport, recreation, energy, and now we are talking about minerals, seabed mining, renewable energy, and as one of the speakers spoke about, the ocean or marine biotechnology, which means the ocean has always been a part of our journey to growth and prosperity. Can the ocean give us more? If you ask me, having dealt again with blue economy in very much detail, my answer is yes. As in the opening statement, the chair mentioned that currently we estimate the ocean resources at US dollars 24, 23, 24 billion dollars. It's an underestimate, in my view, completely an underestimate. And an annual turnover of, say, about $2.4 trillion. Again, it's an underestimate. And according to the OECD, by 2030, the value addition and the job creation by the ocean sectors would exceed the counterpart land sectors. Now, if that is so, I'm sure you'll ask me the question, then why are we worried? If the ocean can fill the gap of resources, then why is the whole world so worried? The problem is that while sitting in Delhi, we think we have not mistreated the ocean. But talk to the ocean, it says, oh my God, you have been mistreating me for generations. So the ocean's own health is in peril right now because we have been dumping so much of waste into the ocean that the ocean's own condition is already in a bad situation. There is pollution, as my colleague mentioned about plastic, but plastic is not the only pollution. There are other tons of chemicals are dumped into ocean every year. So massive pollution, that is causing ocean's acidification. And that is causing the capacity of ocean to absorb oxygen or produce oxygen to fall down. As a result, it is causing an impact on biodiversity. There's a massive loss of biodiversity. And now, of course, what we're all talking about is the global warming. Now, global warming, we talk about carbon dioxide and all that stuff. But very few people know that ocean is one of the largest absorbers of carbon dioxide. 1/3 of the carbon dioxide that we produce is absorbed by the oceans. The oceans produce half of the oxygen that we breathe. The oceans control the weather systems all over the world. Now, my issue is that can we continue mistreating the oceans? My answer is no. While we must harness ocean for economic benefit, but this harnessing has to be sustainable. Now, when I say harnessing has to be sustainable, what is that we are seeking in that? A stop or minimizing land-based pollution into the ocean. Don't let the pollution go to the ocean. Ocean is not producing plastic. We are producing plastic and putting it into the ocean. And then, of course, I hear, oh, expensive technology to withdraw plastic from the ocean. Now, instead of withdrawing plastic from the ocean, can we not do a simple thing, not put the plastic into the ocean in the first place? I think we have to do that. Secondly, our interface, our interaction, economic interaction with the ocean has to be in such a manner that while we gain from the ocean, but not at the expense of the ocean's health. That brings me to our today's activity. In fact, in our reports, which of course I will request AIU to circulate, we have identified, because while we went to the business for blue economy, we knew that you can keep talking about sustainability in educational institutions or maybe international conferences. But unless the business understands the importance of sustainability, nothing will happen. It's they who must understand there is a need for sustainability and then be willing to invest in sustainability. And then the other component is the public opinion. Public opinion has to be there. And which is the best place for public opinion in favor of sustainability? I put my bet on the youth. And where are the youth found? In universities and colleges and schools. So first thing, the universities, please sensitize the youth about sustainability as a whole, sustainability of the ocean with reference to SDG 14. Now, ocean is not only related to SDG 14. Sometimes we make a mistake that ocean means only SDG 14. Ocean is related to SDGs relating to hunger, jobs, gender equality, climate change, you name it. I think we need to understand we will not be able to realize our goals in SDGs if the oceans are not looked after. What else can the universities do? The other, my colleague mentioned, capacity building. Now, oceans are a very complex system, in fact. Our understanding of the ocean is so limited. In fact, people say we know more about Mars than the bottom of the ocean. Now, we need to do more research into the ocean, and who will do it? The universities will do it. We need to develop technologies, cleaner technologies, and who will do it? The educational institutions have to do it. Then tell me, can we talk about economics without understanding sustainability? The answer is no. Can we talk about future of political science without discussing sustainability? The answer is no. Can we talk about international relations without sustainability? The answer is no. Sustainability needs to be integrated into every aspect of education. If we don't do it, then we would not have the larger mass support to the idea of sustainability, which is absolutely essential. In a democratic country, you can do nothing if people are not with you. And the best place to bring people with you on this idea is the universities. So there are many recommendations that we have made in our reports for involving the educational institutions in support of sustainable development goals. I would request those reports may please be referred to. And then I would be always happy. I go and give talks to the universities on sustainable development goals, especially blue economy. I'd be very happy to do it. If there are any questions, I'll be very happy to answer here. But believe me, when we mess up with the environment on land, you can see it. When I get up in the morning, I see smoke, I can't breathe, I can see it. When the water is polluted, I fall ill, I can see it. When the forest gets fire, I can see it. But ocean, we don't see it. That's the problem. And therefore, the risk is that if we do not go to the ocean with sufficient knowledge, by the time we realize that we have crossed the red line, it might be too late. So I would please request the higher education institutions, in fact, not only the higher education institutions, we have to carry the merit of sustainability right up to the schools, in fact. Let the child grow up respecting the nature and seeking sustainable development, prosperity, yes, but not at the expense of the health of the Mother Earth's ecosystem. Otherwise, it could be a point of no return. In fact, when I read reports about the next mass extinction almost knocking at the door, I have shivers down my spine. We need to tell the youth. When the youth speaks, people listen, right? So with these words, I will stop here. I thank once again AIU and the universities for taking this initiative of carrying the message through the universities and through the universities to the next generation, because it is the next generation whose future is at stake. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anup Mudgalji, delivering such a nice talk and in a detail, and telling about the blue economy. It is really a major source of our sustainability, life sustainability, and also biodiversity. And it has not been so much studied, particularly by higher educational institutions, as it needs to be. You have rightly pointed out various aspects which can be taken by the higher educational institutions, research and other things. And thank you very much. We'll be taking questions later on. Kindly call next person.
Thank you, Professor. Uh, the third speaker for today's session is Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Director of National Institute of Oceanography, Goa. Professor Singh, a leading geochemist, a former professor at the Physical Research Laboratory, is known for his studies on low-temperature elemental and geochemistry. He has been the recipient of the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize for Science and Technology in 2016 for his contributions to Earth, atmosphere, ocean, and planetary sciences. And recently, last year, he has also received the National Awards Ocean Science and Technology for the Ministry of Earth Sciences. I'd like to request Professor Singh to begin and the chairperson to start, give him the permission. Thank you.
You may start, Professor Singh. Please start.
Kindly, Dr. Singh, you are requested to make presentation.
Hello, are you able to listen me?
Yes, yes.
And I have shared my slide. Could you please see that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, it is all right.
Okay,
We are
thank you.
able to see the slides, but they are on, I think, subsequent slides. You can move on to the top of the slides.
No, I did not get. What did you say?
It is a origin of sea water. This slide, yes, this is the first slide. Okay.
This is
Oh,
perfect.
thank you very much. Thanks very much. At the outset, I would like to thank organizers for giving me this opportunity to talk about SDG 14 and the development underwater. And as the previous speaker was telling, to go to the ocean to exploit before starting exploitation of the ocean, which is already started, in fact, we need to understand the ocean very, very well. In that sense, I think we need to understand what is happening in the ocean, how the ocean is working, how it is important, from where are the resources are coming. So I would like to give a brief introduction about these basics of the oceanography, and then I will come to the blue economy and or the resources in the ocean, both living and non-living resources. So as you were able to see my slides, here, actually, if you see, I would like to emphasize since the beginning of the formation of the Earth, because as you are aware, that ocean is almost 2/3 or even more than that, covering the entire Earth, and it is very, very important. So we would like to know, since when the ocean has formed, actually, what is the timing when ocean has formed, what is the first time when the water came to the Earth, and also from where the water came to the Earth. So this is the slide you can see. Just a minute. Okay. Anyway, that doesn't matter. So you can see here, since beginning when Earth got formed about 4.56 billion year before, and then subsequent to that, Moon was formed. So I will not go in detail of those things, how it has happened. But then the ocean, which we see today, got formed about 3.8 billion year, 3.9 billion year before. And everybody is aware that in the beginning, I think there was no oxygen in the ocean, no oxygen in the earth. So life was very different kind of life. Sulfate reducing bacteria was developed in 3.5 billion years back in the ocean. Still oxygen was not there, and suddenly at about 2.7 or 2.8 billion years before, the cyanobacteria, which we call the blue algae, they learned the art of photosynthesis, because photosynthesis was not happening earlier. And because of this beginning of photosynthesis, still we don't know how it happened, when it happened. As this blue bacteria started the photosynthesis, oxygen started to come into the ocean and hence into the atmosphere, and hence since then everything got changed. Chemistry of the ocean got changed, and the oxygen started evolving, and then we have developed the life on the ocean and all. So the main question is, from here the water has come. So a lot of discussion is there, and in the beginning, Earth was a molten, very high temperature body, and a lot of impact, asteroidal meteoritic impact was happening on the Earth, and Earth was getting formed, and that time a lot of degassing was taking place from the interior of the Earth, and that includes carbon dioxide, nitrogen, hydrogen, water vapor. But temperature was so high that it was not able to condense, and some of the gases like helium, hydrogen, and all, they were coming out of the interior of the Earth, but it was getting going back to the space. And slowly, this Earth started cooling because of heat loss. So this water vapor which was coming, they started to condense. So then this Earth started to get the water, and the main source of water which people have tried to study. In the beginning, it was there was a thought that most of the water has come from protosolar nebula, or means this from sun itself it is coming, or a lot of impact has happened of the comets, and comets generally, I see comets are having about 20 to 30% of the water. So people thought that it is coming from comet, but then a lot of study has been taken place, and some isotopic study, which I am not going to detail. It has been shown that most of the water which has come to the Earth is coming from the carbonaceous chondrites, a kind of meteorite which has impacted on the Earth, and most of the water has come from impact of this carbonaceous chondrite. Now the question is, from what time this water came? So for that, people have used again different isotopic composition like oxygen in the zircons, because other sedimentary sequences in the Earth is not preserved. If you want to study the information, or if you want to know the information about the beginning of the Earth, you have to get some the archive. But the archive is so old that everything has been generated. So people try to see in zircon. Zircon is a very refractive mineral. Information. So in that, actually, based on the oxygen isotopic composition, it has been shown that the water, the first evidence of water on the Earth is about 4.3 to 4.4 in the beginning itself. So that time itself, water has come, and since
Professor Singh,
yes,
Professor Singh, can you please have the slide share?
it is not.
Slide show, please.
Slide show.
Because अभी क्या हो रहा है, थोड़ा छोटा आ रहा है.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not so clearly legible.
Yes,
Yeah, now
yes.
it's better. Yes,
Yes.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So as I was telling you, the water came on the Earth. We have evidence that water came to the Earth in the beginning about 4.4 and 4.3 billion years back, and the complete ocean was formed by 3.9 to 3.8. So since then, actually, ocean was formed, and then everything started to evolve. But then at the same time, a lot of tectonic activity was taking place, and at the interior of the ocean, where you have hydrothermal ridges, a lot of minerals are coming to the water, and like in this is one example that in one of the hydrothermal areas where plates are moving away, actually a lot of material is coming and iron is coming to the ocean, and ocean was full of iron because oxygen was not there. Iron was in +2 oxidation state and it dissolved form. So ocean was looking something like this. So because it was full of iron, means iron was almost 10,000 ppm. Means today you can see it's even not even a picogram level, nanogram level, but those days it was very high because oxygen was not there. And whatever iron was coming from the interior of the earth, it was getting dissolved, remaining in the ocean for a long time. And then the life which was evolving, I think they were tuned to this type of trace metal micronutrient, because the iron acts as a micronutrient thing, because earlier speaker has talked about this nitrogen fixation and all those things. So nitrogen fixation during the photosynthesis, you need iron, etc. So because of that, since the life which was evolving, a lot of iron was there. So very different kind of life was evolving with full of these trace metals and micronutrient. But if then slowly oxygen started to evolve because of this, by virtue of this cyanobacteria, photosynthesis, slowly oxygen started in the ocean, and because oxygen was there, this iron got converted to iron 3, and they started to precipitate, and then iron, that during that time, a lot of banded iron formation got found because of this, and because of that only we get a lot of those minerals which is there in the earth, exposed and interior of the earth, and we are using that for the iron mineral and all those things. So because of that only it has happened. But that I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about how the ocean chemistry and the other mineral form in the ocean which we are trying to exploit. So once oxygen started to evolve, and today you see the oxygen has come up to atmospheric level, and during that time all the this life started to evolve. But what is happening when carbon dioxide, which today you talk about, a lot of talk about the global warming and all. So again, a lot of carbon dioxide is coming from interior of the earth, and then it is getting sequestered through the erosion and withering in the continent, and it is going back to the ocean. So that also controls the carbon dioxide at a very long time scale, and ocean is buffering that, and it is controlling the global climate in that way. But another way which very important, ocean is controlling the global temperature, and many of the productivity and oxygen in the ocean is by the ocean circulation. This is I'm showing you here the big conveyor belt global ocean circulation, in which deep water is forming. Deep water is forming in the polar region. Here you can see in the Greenland, means North Atlantic and Arctic region, deep water is forming, and that water is going because of low temperature and high density. The water is going down, and in the equator region, because of solar insolation, we are getting more heat. So here it is getting upwelled. So the deep water which is going in the polar region, coming to the equatorial region, coming to the Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean partly, and bringing coming to the surface and going back to the Atlantic, and whole ocean, this whole ocean is getting connected through the circulation, and the heat which is getting generated in the equatorial region is getting transferred to the polar region, and hence it is equilibrating the heat. So model study has shown that if you because of some reason, if you stop this ocean circulation because of tectonics or something like that, the temperature of the polar region will suddenly increase by about 6 degrees or 8 degrees centigrade. Sorry, decrease by 8 degrees or 6 to 8 degrees centigrade, and the polar ice will increase. So this is the importance of this conveyor belt. And this conveyor belt ocean circulation is not only transporting the heat, but also transporting the oxygen, which is very much important for the marine life. Because if you stop here, again the oxygen will not go in the deeper water, and life will be vanishing from there. Similarly, they also transport a lot of nutrients. So this ocean circulation is very important to sustain the life, to sustain the conducive temperature. Similarly, another very important aspect of the ocean which controls the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is this ocean biological pump. So as I was telling you, photosynthesis is happening in the first top 40 zone of the ocean. So there, this carbon dioxide they take from the atmosphere, converted to the organic carbon, and this small and large phytoplankton is getting formed, which is taken up by the macrozooplankton, zooplankton, and then it is eaten by fish. So some of the CO2 which is taken through the photosynthesis, it will be going back to the atmosphere after this fish and all they die. But part of that will be going to the deeper water, which will be staying for 1,000 years, and further about 1 to 2% of the, or even 2 to 3% of the carbon which is taken from the atmosphere, it will go to the sediments, and that is completely buried. So this is a very powerful machine, the biological pump, which can convert this carbon dioxide, take to the sediment, and permanently buried it, and in that way it is controlling the CO2 level in the atmosphere. Here again, I would like to tell that it has been shown that if you stop this biological pump by any region, which was not happening even long back in the Proterozoic and Archean Earth, if you stop it, immediately the CO2 level in the atmosphere will increase by 600 ppmb or 700 ppmb, which we are struggling even to at the level of 400 ppmb. So you can imagine how important this biological pump, the ocean, is to control the CO2 of the atmosphere and hence the global climate. And this photosynthesis which you are talking about is controlled in turn by the micronutrients, like I was talking about the iron, which is availability of iron controls the micronutrient productivity. And if you see here, this region in the Southern Ocean, a huge area is there where productivity is very, very less, even though the nutrients are very high. So this was a very enigmatic situation in the 90s, and people were not able to understand why it is happening, because if in the ocean, if you put a small amount of nutrients like nitrate, phosphate, or silicate, immediately it will be consumed by the organism, and a lot of organism will grow, like this forams and all, foraminifera and all growth will be taking place. But in many of the, almost 30 to 40% of the area in the ocean is such is that even though after the bloom season, after the spring season, productivity is very, very less, even though the nutrients are there, and people were not aware to know. But now we know that it is happening because the micronutrients are not there. As I told you, in the beginning, the iron was very, very high when Earth was growing, and the life which evolved is based on the very high iron. But since today it is not there, the nitrogen fixation, etc., is not taking place, and because of that, these nutrients are remaining unutilized, and hence this area is very, very low productive. And now people are trying to see, means they have done some experiment also, that if you are doing some geoengineering and putting some artificial iron in these areas like HNLC, which I was showing you, and some of the Pacific area, even some part of the Arabian Sea, if you are able to put some artificial iron, whether the productivity can increase, and hence you can remove the CO2 from the atmosphere, which we are really struggling to control. So here, a lot of people are trying to work in the Indian Ocean, and you know, Indian Ocean is very, very important. With about 70.5 billion square kilometer area, this controls the, again, it has a very important place. It play a very important role in the controlling the atmosphere and all those things. And you know, Indian Ocean is very, very unique compared to the Pacific and Atlantic, because you know, Pacific and Atlantic, they are extending from pole to pole, whereas Indian Ocean, if you see, northern boundary is in the low latitude itself, and because of that, the ocean circulation which I was showing you, it is not able to move further north, and hence the northern Indian Ocean is water movement, the deep water movement is very, very sluggish, and because of that, you know, many of you must be aware that the intermediate water of the oxygen, this northern Indian Ocean is oxygen deficient, and because of that, we have a lot of problem, because oxygen level in the intermediate water in the Bay of Bengal, Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal are going up even up to zero level, and there also, particularly in the Arabian Sea, nitrate is getting converted to nitrite because oxygen is getting consumed because of the high productivity. So the nutrient which should have been utilized for the food, the growth of the organism, they are getting converted to nitrite, and they are not available for the food. So this is the situation which is happening naturally. And also some of the time that oxygen deficient water, the intermediate oxygen deficient water, it is coming to the coastal region, and a lot of fisheries are getting killed because oxygen is not sufficient in the coastal region. And every year in the monsoon, even in that Goa where I'm sitting, tons of the ships comes to the coastal or estuary region and get killed because of this natural process, because oxygen is not there. And this
Dr. Singh Saab, if you can kindly conclude within 5 minutes, because the time is up.
Pardon?
So, if you can kindly conclude within 5 minutes.
So actually, I will just show you some of the work which is related to the living and non-living resources. So
Because
we
we
were
have
talking
another.
polymetallic nodule and gas hydrate. So here you can see that some of the marine non-living resources, which is full of ocean, is full of that. So if you start, just I will take another 5 minutes. So this, you can say in the beginning of the ocean, in the coastal area, you have sand, gravel, and placer deposit, and then you have phosphorite. In the shelf area or slope area, you have crude oil and natural gas, and then you have in this area itself you have the gas hydrate. And then if you go to the abyssal filling, you have manganese nodules, where you will, you have done a lot of work in that. And again, oxygen play a very important role to form this manganese nodules. And in this particular area where you see the pink area, we have a lot of manganese nodules, which India, particularly National Institute of Oceanography, has worked since last almost 40 years using these ships. And these are some of the techniques, and these are the polymetallic nodules which has been recovered to do the during the survey and for the analysis. And based on that, I think the first study was started in 81, and today, if you see, after doing all those things, we have a huge reservoir which has been we have almost surveyed 3 lakh square kilometer, and out of that 75,000 square kilometer, you can see we have 104 million metric ton of total nodule which needs to be excavated, and people are trying to work on this. And the Ministry of Earth Science has started a big program in that area to develop technology and how to extract that. So these are some of the work which I showed you. And also in the living resources, we are trying to study. Particularly the fisheries, we are trying to see or predict the fishery from where fishermen go, and based on the available knowledge, we can say that after 1 week or 10 days, fishermen go in particular area where fish catch can be even higher. So this type of work, I think, very much required for this blue economy, and we are trying to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singh. It was really very much informative. You have tried to cover a number of aspects of oceanography, and then taking to the Indian Ocean and the resource, one of the most important resource, and lot of things still unexplored, which needs to be explored. And Indian higher educational institutions can also contribute. I think they may also collaborate with you. That will be also good, because you have so much facilities, and I'm sure that they will try to contact you later on. Now I request the anchor to kindly invite next speaker.
Thank you, Professor. The next speaker, the last speaker of the technical session third, is Dr. Vijay Kumar, Scientist G, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of
Mr.
India.
Vijay Kumar, hello, excuse me. Mr. Vijay Kumar, I think he is not well, so he is not able to join.
Okay, so this
So
is
I
the
think
end of the. Okay, we can go for the discussions then. I'd like to request the chairperson to initiate the discussion.
Okay, thank you. Since we are not having Dr. Vijay Kumar, we can have discussion time, and our three speakers, Dr. Sonia Anam and Dr. Anup Kumar Mudgal and Dr. Professor Sunil Kumar Singh. In fact, I was not knowing, otherwise we would have given more time, sir. Sorry.
No issue, no issue.
You were having so good slide, and we were taking so much interest, in fact, and it is really very useful to us. So I request our participants, if they have any query and they want to have any query, they can have interaction, they can clarify.
Dr. Sunil Kumar Singh, this is VK Jain, BC Tezpur University.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just one question related to the acidity of the oceans.
Yes, sir.
Is NIO also doing some measurements of the acidity at some strategic locations in the ocean to see whether the acidity has gone up during last 30 or 40 years as a result of global warming? Is there some indication to that effect?
Yes, sir. Actually, NIU is very much working on this acidification problem, and we are trying to measure. Actually, by virtue of all the measurements which we are doing since last, I think, 40, 50 years, already pH measurements were there. And specific to this problem also, we are trying to work on, and we have shown in many of the areas the pH has gone down by almost 0.1 unit from 8.2 to 8.1 in some of the location. And we are also trying to see exactly how it is happening and how it will impact the calcareous life or life in the ocean, because acidity, it is going down, the shells of the calcitic material will be diminishing, and also we are also trying to do the lab experiment, and some of those experiments is being done, but pH is being measured, and we have found evidences that it has become more acidic.
pH, is it available in public domain? Or?
Yes. Some publications are there.
No, not in what I'm saying, on your portal, NIU portal or something, is it available?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I add to what Dr. Singh mentioned?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yeah, in fact, if you look at the records from the industrial times, the ocean acidity has increased by almost 25%.
No, Mudgal Sahab, my question was related to Indian Ocean.
Indian Ocean also has the same records as other oceans.
Yes, see, the IPCC report does talk about the acidity going up, but the point is whether our coastal areas or the within 200 kilometers or so of our coastline, or along the entire 7,500 kilometer long, this coastal line, I mean, in that entire area, has the acidity gone up significantly?
Yes. And we have the recorded evidence of pH going down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. May I ask a question from
Is
Mr.
there
Muthu,
any
please?
relationship, Dr. Saab, study of photosynthetic activity reduction and the carbon sequestration?
Pardon,
Because
sir?
the photosynthetic activity, because that is the major source of utilizing carbon dioxide, but it is going down. And is there any study of such related to the acidity going down?
Sir, this whole carbon cycle, actually we are working right from, say, nutrients to micronutrients availability, and also this productivity. We are trying to do incubation study, and also we are trying to measure in situ, and we have shown that actually some of the areas where this micronutrients are low, particularly as I was showing you iron and all, particularly in Arabian Sea where productivity is high, but some of the localized area it is very, very low. If you put this micronutrients, productivity can increase, and hence the CO2 can draw down more CO2. This type of work is already going, and we have some evidences that productivity is increasing, decreasing in part of the ocean and part of the pockets of the ocean, in particular Indian Ocean.
Madam, sorry.
Sir.
I will call him in.
Sir, my question is a very general question, maybe to all the participants. First of all, thanks for a beautiful presentation. All the three panelists made a very good presentation. So my question is, because this session is on conserving marine resources, and we are basically talking like he is from National Institute of Oceanography. So can general universities also contribute in conserving marine resources apart from the universities which are dealing with, say, oceanography or marine biology or these areas? So if it is not a sort of a specialized subject which is being offered in a particular university, can the general students or the general universities also contribute in conserving the marine resources? And if yes, how?
Would Dr. Singh first take it, and then I will probably jump in?
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So, madam, your question is very, very valid. In fact, in India, as I was telling you, Indian Ocean is huge, 70.5 million square kilometer, and even if you see the coastline itself is 7,500, more than that. And how many universities or institutes are working on oceanography? You can count. I think only 1, 2, or 3. Not many are there. So the total number of people who are available to do this. Forget about the conservation. Even total oceanography, if you see, I think we have counted number of people, 300, 400 people are working in the oceanography altogether. So that itself is not very, very sufficient. And when you are talking about the conservative, and even when you are talking about this blue economy and or extracting polymetallic nodule or gas hydrate or anything, I think environmental impact assessment on how it will impact on the biodiversity is very, very important. So in that sense, I think it is very much required that the common people or even colleges, people from college or university, they can come and do some work. Of course, we need to have some expertise and they have to be trained, but it is not like that. It's like simple biology person or simple geology person, they can take up the program and they can, at least in the coastal area, they can do a lot of things. They don't have to go to the open ocean for everything. And coastal ocean itself is a huge, and a lot of development is taking place in the coastal ocean itself. So I think there is a need for all the colleges and need students from colleges and universities other than the oceanography to work in this area, and they can work with their simple knowledge.
I would just like to add to what Dr. Singh mentioned. Pankaj, if I could call you Pankaj, you are much younger than I am.
Sure.
You see, the ocean's problem is not purely ocean's problem. So we need to understand majority of the ocean pollution is caused by activity on the land. So you do not have to be an oceanographer or ocean scientist to help the ocean. If you start helping sustainability on land, the sustainability of the ocean will also happen. As I said, who is throwing, for example, plastic into the ocean? Ocean is not creating plastic. You know, most of the land-based discharge into the ocean is causing acidification. Ocean is not creating acidification itself. So my question is, sustainability has to be looked at from the larger angle. Therefore, the universities have a direct role in that. As I mentioned, for example, the overall awareness. I have to be aware about the ocean's importance. I don't have to be an oceanographer or ocean engineer. Now, for example, when it comes to transport sector, now within the ocean, where is the pollution coming from? The transport section. Shipping is causing pollution. Now, ships are not run by oceanographers. Ships are operated by business, in fact. It is business technology. The ship designs, the ship fuel, the ship discharge, all those things. You don't have to be an oceanographer. Shipbreaking, you call it. Maybe, for example, fishing. Now, are the oceanographers doing fishing? No. Overfishing is being done by business, in fact. The business must be aware that overfishing is not in their own interest. Secondly, there are technologies which can help you. mitigate the impact on fisheries or fishing. It is not an oceanographer's job. So my submission is, please, we need to look at this issue from a much more open mind. Because we make it more technical, we'll make it more difficult for ordinary people to understand. Simplicity of the argument has to be taken to the youngsters. Technology, for example. Who is going to work on general technology for reduction of emissions? For example, emissions, the vehicular emissions, are the largest producer of carbon dioxide. And they are causing global warming. And warming is causing the ocean to release more gases, in fact, because it can't retain gases at higher temperature. Now, who are those people? These are automobile engineers who are working on that. You don't have to be an oceanographer. So my submission is, please, when you talk of sustainability in the larger perspective, not really in a narrow technical silos. Then we will miss out. Let me tell you, we'll simply miss out. We have, for sake of convenience, divided the SDGs into 17. But there is nothing called 17 silos which the nature has produced. It is only one large question. So I would suggest the universities must please jump into this and create a larger ecosystem of sustainability.
3 minutes more.
Dr. Mudgal Sahab, sorry to interrupt you because we have only 3 minutes left. So we may have to give some chance to our participants if they have question. We would like to listen you maybe on some other occasion.
Done my ad.
Thank you. Anyway, we highly appreciate.
Somebody doesn't have, then I have one question.
Is there any more questions? Otherwise, we can wind up, madam.
No, sir.
No, can I
Just,
yeah, with the permission of the
yes,
chair.
yes.
पंकज जी, आपने जो सवाल पूछा उसी के संदर्भ में I would like to just add, and I think both Professor Singh from NIO and Mudgal Sahab perhaps can enlighten everyone. One of the indicators to see whether overfishing or over harnessing of the marine resources is taking place or not in the Indian Ocean. There is something called maximum sustainable yield, MSY. So are there any specific studies which have been conducted as part of this, the blue economy mission? Or for that matter, maybe NIO has some modeling group which works on looking at MSY for specific species in the ocean. So are there any efforts in this regard? Because that's where the Pankajji, this is where the universities can pitch in. They can be roped in. Some of our people who are doing research in the School of Environmental Sciences or Department of Environmental Science and Natural Resources, they could be tasked with these kind of research issues. Can they come up with the MSY for various kinds of species? This is the general comment I wanted to make, but perhaps
also, sir, I think we can include the sensitivity to sustainability in the curriculum for all the 17 SDGs. That sensitivity has to be there. Students have to understand that why it is so important to have sustainable future, and because students are the future of India. So sustainable future.
Sensitivity and all these issues are of general nature, generic nature. Sensitivity to all kinds of issues, whether it is air pollution, water pollution, marine pollution, or whatever, what have you, or climate change for that matter. My point was specific to the science, good science we can do, so that as you mentioned, that some of these businesses, Mudgal Sahab mentioned, some of these businesses are actually over harvesting. So can the government legislate, well, for these kind of marine products, this is the maximum yield you can have, not beyond. So I was just wondering whether some such thresholds of harnessing are prescribed as of now.
Sir, actually, in this regard, we are working on some of the models. As I was telling you, the model which we are trying to work is one is to see the prediction or how much react and how much it can be, means how long it can be sustained, so how much you can fish. So this type of some work has been initiated, but I think not much, as you were telling. The data, if you want me, I think is still not at that stage. But work has been started in this regard, and we have put a big program, because the main problem in this type of model is the total catch. The total catch which is happening today is still, after so much technological advancement, we are not able to know how much total catch is there. We whatever we are getting from the market and even fishery based and species based catch is not available right now in India. So unless those type of data is available, I think we cannot do anything. So for that, we are proposing that whatever these boats are going to the ocean, we can put this through the NAVIC system, which ISRO had developed some sensors based on their load. I think automatically everything will be reported at some center that how much catch is there based on the draft. And then I think some work in this sense can be done. So similarly, some of the work is being done in the MOS laboratory, where like Hilsa catch, they are trying to see how much it is there, because that is a very important fishery. There also, I think, not much has been done. So you are very, very right that this modeling study, I think universities can always pitch in with some good data set available.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singh Saab. And in continuation of Professor Jain Saab, do we have any legal framework for the conservation and sustainable use of Indian Ocean?
Can I ask the earlier question?
Because it is necessary.
Hello?
Please, Mudgal Saab, carry on.
Yes.
I agree with Dr. Singh that, this is something in the initial stages, but I'm happy. I'm sure Dr. Singh also knows about it. In fact, initial work on this has started in a way. It is not really at the national level, but not me, but India, we are studying the species composite cat at landing stations. And from those landing stations, they run into several hundred, in fact. We get to know how much of a particular species is being caught. Right? So the work has started. Probably we'll have to develop into models. Then, in fact, now, so again, I will be just a kind of a ordinary comment, but Dr. Singh will know better. Through the DNA studies of the water, we get to know the mix of the species in that particular area and its density also. Now, these are, of course, initial stages, but very soon we will probably reach that stage where, as Dr. Singh mentioned, any of our boats going into the water will be able to carry the probe with them. And that probe will be able to do the DNA analysis of the water. Based on the DNA analysis, they would know which species are prevalent in that zone and in what quantity, in fact. So these are initial stages. I'm sure probably in the next 5, because now the big data will help us generate that information much, much better and easier. Because earlier it was very difficult. So I hope very soon we will know, and based on that, in fact, you declare what is called the marine protected areas, in fact, or marine protection zones. Because when you know that a particular species is dropping beyond a threshold, then we declare that zone protected for that particular species. So I think things will happen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Mudgal Saab. There is a lot of scope to further study, especially which species is threatened and may become extinct. We do not know. And I also feel that there is a lot of scope for general universities to come forward to take up such of the studies, to corroborate, to get trained, and also to make use of the resources which we have, so that it can be further expanded, and we can reduce the time of bringing out such kind of study also, and that can help in framing the legal aspects of from the government side also. And certainly, as Dr. Pankaj Mittal was telling, that first of all we need awareness. More awareness is required for general our students, because more than 3.6 crore we have the students in this university system, but not even 1% are involved in this kind of studies where we have so much resources. Anyway, it has created a lot of interest. I must appreciate the speakers and giving so wide exposure to the huge resources, and also controlling not only of sea and marine system, but also the earth ecosystem, particularly the climate change, and also the employability, and also so much employment generation. Not taking much time, I thank each one of our eminent speakers with their so much knowledge, and it seems that the time was very less for this discussion, but certainly you have opened up the new issues, and I'm sure that in future we will be taking up some of these studies, and maybe we can sign things up some MOUs, and so that the general universities can send their research scholars. They can also take up some of the project. In fact, we wanted to listen the Ministry of Earth Science. They have a lot of areas support to be supported to give the funding, but we would certainly give this information to the universities. So thank you very much, and I thank Madam Pankaj Mittal, and also our President Saab, and especially my colleague, the Professor V.K. Jain. In fact, we are having this physical, not only the virtual. So I reached yesterday morning, and both days I am here listening him, and so that in Eastern Zone we can also make much contribution, because his university is doing a lot of work related to environment and other studies. Thank you very much. Namaskar to everyone.
Namaskar, sir. Namaskar.
Namaskar, sir.
We are coming to an end to the technical session third. I'd like to thank our chairperson, Professor J.B. Sharma, and also the speakers, Dr. Sonia Hingham, the Anup Kumar Mittal, and Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, for such an interactive session afterwards. And after this, I'd like to request everyone to be present so that we can start our business session of Association of Indian Universities. For the business session of Association of Indian Universities, I'd like to invite the President of Association of Indian Universities and the Honorable Vice Chancellor of AMET University, Colonel Dr. G. Tiruvasagam, to chair the session, and also the Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, to convene the session. I'd like to hand over the responsibility to Colonel Tiruvasagam and Dr. Mittal. Thank you.
You are on mute, sir. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Honorable Vice Chancellor of Tezpur University, Assam, Professor A.K. Singh. Honorable Vice President of AIU, Dr. Swandan Das. beloved and respected Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, learned experts who have delivered very informative speech today. Above all, the participating Vice Chancellors of this conference. I'm happy that we have come to an important session of this 2 days conference. That's a business session. I have been witnessing, listening, and hearing for the last 1.5 days the speech and interaction of various experts, starting from the Vice Chancellor of Tezpur University. As a matter of fact, I was not only a listener, but the beneficiary person as well. Basically, sometimes felt I was fish out of water. My background of subject is management. Invariably, lot of discussions were going on about biodiversity, environmental science, etc. However, I had a rare opportunity of learning many things. Now, it is my personal opinion as a president, 100th president of Aswan Indian University. More such opportunities should be given to all the Vice Chancellors to interact with the officials of the Association of Indian Universities. Having conference like this basically increase and enhance the knowledge on several subjects. At the same time, we Vice Chancellor, we are all administrators. So we have a lot of responsibility in carry out all the academic research programs. Of course, but adhering the regulations of the apex bodies. And finally, we have to ensure the quality of higher education in our own institutions as well. In my experience as the Vice Chancellor, it is my 16th years of experience as a Vice Chancellor. And as you know pretty well, we are working under apex bodies like Ministry of Education, University Grants Commission, AICTE, ICAR, Medical Council of India, like so many bodies. Out of my experience, even in the recent past also, whatever we Vice Chancellors write to the universities, apex bodies, most of the time we don't get even acknowledgement. When it's not an acknowledgement, how can we get even reply also? Such a way, the Vice Chancellor requests are not taken into consideration. The Vice Chancellors, we may come and go within a period of 3 years or 5 years. But ultimately, the suffering is for the higher education of India as well. When I have assumed charge as the president of the Association of Indian Universities, I found AIU is doing human service for the last 96 years by fulfilling the objectives and scope of AIU, which was drafted at the beginning of the establishment as well. And I should salute and respect the former presidents, former secretary generals, and the governing council members. They have taken it very seriously, worked very hard, and fulfilled the objectives of AIU. But even today, I find and found one area of one of the objectives not taken care even today as well. That is representing member universities and their issues to the concerned apex bodies and get it resolved or redressed. This is one of the major objectives of the AIU. Yes, as Vice Chancellors, we come together under the banner of Association of Indian Universities. We are regularly meeting, we are conducting conferences. At the end of the conferences, we come to a conclusion in the form of recommendations. Those recommendations, every time we send it to all the apex bodies with the request to implement it and to give a response how much steps have been taken. And Dr. Pankaj Mittal, she was with UGC for more than 2.5 decades. Right now, she is with us. I had a lot of discussion with her also on these aspects. And basically, it is a fact that our recommendations were not taken it very seriously, not almost and most of the time as well. So when by chance communications are not responded, when AIU is sending recommendation to a booklet, it's also not responded. Up all the time, the higher education system is functioning as one way only. Moreover, now, as I mentioned the inaugural session, the NEP 2020 is really a treasure for all the academic administrator like us. We totally welcome it. We are prepared to implement it. But there are some difficulties we come across. Even there is no adequate notification about various aspects which are mentioned in the draft of NEP 2020. Unless we have notification, regulation, circular, of course, few they have given, like academic banking credit like that, they have given. But there are a lot of things before which now NAC and NIRF, they are the body, they are going to grade the universities, they are going to accredit the universities. Now they started changing the proforma and format, including various aspects of NEP 2020 as well. So one side, we don't have sufficient notification and direction from the University Grants Commission. Another side, the accrediting body started asking what we have done, whether you have implemented or not, what is your status, what is your statistics. So we are in difficult situation as well. So that's why what I am telling, I don't want to blame the apex body at this moment. Now I would like to request all the members as well. By keeping everything in my mind, after assuming charge, and for a kind information, we are very much fortunate, lucky to have Dr. Pankaj Mittal as the Secretary General of AIU. You may be, most of you knowing her as the former secretary, this additional secretary of UGC. Now I know her as the Secretary General of AIU for the last 2 years. She is a very committed person. Out of her 30 years of experience in UGC, she has lot of contacts with all the officials, all the vice chancellors, and out of her continuous efforts only, now things are coming with a positive effort, and vice chancellors are very happy, and member universities are very, very happy. At this moment, I would like to join with you all to convey our sincere thanks and register our appreciation to Dr. Pankaj Mittal, who is really doing a good work, not only to you, but also to the President of Astronaut India University. Please give a big hand to her as well. It is my request, all of you give a big hand to her as well. At the same time, she is not very happy with me also. Why? I am over enthusiastic. I want things to be taken place quickly as well. But I have learned many things because he's a senior administrator. Though I have an experience of vice chancellorship, but I don't have the experience like her in the academic administration. She listens to me and sometimes she tells me openly, sir, it is not possible. It's not fair on our part to approach the apex body for this purpose and all. Such a way, she is guiding us. I am confident AIU will be in the safer hand of Dr. Pankaj Mittal in future as well. With these words, I would like to tell, you may ask, sir, every time you are telling, what representation you have made so far during the last 6 months to redress the grievance of the vice chancellors and the universities of India as well. For your kind information, sir, we met the Minister for Higher Education in the middle of September and given a big memorandum, and out of the grievances given almost 14, he has given yes for 3 or 4 subjects, and he asked us, you need not hesitate to meet me any point of time. You bring any issues to us, we are prepared to and attend it. That's the first meeting. We are going to meet him probably at the beginning of during the first week of February, along with the report what is now which is going to get a final touch of NEP 2020 implementation committee report. Already committee has been constituted. The committee report is going to come. That we are, along with the report, we are going to meet the minister. If at all any grievance of any nature of central university or state university or public university, you need not hesitate to send a mail to us. We will include and see that it will be taken to the level of a Ministry of Education as well. That's number one. And number two, we met the chairman, the then chairman of University Grants Commission. And I have discussed many matters in person also. He was also very kind enough in attending 2 or 3 things and passing orders. That is second. And the third one, we met the AICT chairman. Being a president of Association of Indian University, I have become the member of the Executive Council of AICT as well. So there was only one meeting so far in the Executive Committee meeting. And I have sent a mail 1 week before the meeting to all the professional universities. If at all any request, any demand, any grievances with the AICT, kindly send a message to me. I am going to attend the meeting. Out of several hundred universities, I have got only 4 requests only from 4 universities. All the 4 requests in the meeting I placed. The positive-minded chairman AICT, he considered all the 4 the individual request of individual universities and passed the order positively as well. Likewise, we met Dr. A.C. Sharma, the director NAC as well on many occasions. And we placed a request with him to think about going for changes in the format and just to postpone the period of coverage of accreditation due to COVID-19. Keeping in mind our request, he has just given extension of date for the period of accreditation as well. And above all, recently we have got a good message. I don't know how far it is going to be useful to all the vice chancellors assembled here. Sir, there are some specialized universities like Forensic University, Petroleum University, Maritime University, Finance University. Likewise, there are some specialized universities. See, all these specialized universities were asked to make use of general format while they are submitting self-study reports. It was a big problem for those universities because those universities cannot be as par with the other general or central university like that. That problems we have taken to them. Because of that, all these universities are losing marks and grade. Ultimately, they are suffering. Why not you think about going for a exclusive format, just like for education you have given, for pharmacy you have given, for agriculture you have given. Why not for this? For a kind information, our request has been taken positively. 10 days ago, there was a communication from NAC saying that they have formulated a new format exclusive for specialized universities, and tomorrow, that is 12th of January by 10 o'clock, there is going to be a consultancy meeting with the vice chancellor of specialized university by the officials of the NAC as well. So these are all the ways in which, likewise, I met Dr. K.K. Agarwal, the chairman of NBA and NIRF also. There are also some problems. There are universities, they have told during the previous conferences that the NIRF and all, there must be further clarification. There are universities in rural areas. There are universities in mountain areas. There are universities in a different democratic setup. All this cannot be taken into consideration. There are universities with 10 years experience. There are universities with 100 years existence. Such a way, the NIRF classification should be extended further. That was a request given by some vice chancellors in the previous conferences. Those and all I presented with Dr. Agarwal. He said he will be presenting such request with the ensuing executive body of the NIRF. Likewise, and we met, these are all the people we have met in the recent past as well. Now I don't want to take much of your time. The agenda of the business meeting should be of 3 only. One is, what is the status of AIU? That our Director General, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, make a presentation. Agenda number 2. What the member university AIU want from AIU? What Vice Chancellors you want from AIU on any aspects? After the presentation of Dr. Pankaj Mittal, definitely you will be permitted to please rise. Again, the third agenda, what AIU wants from all the Vice Chancellor and member universities. This is the third agenda. And the fourth one, what are all the recommendations to be included at the end of the conference? I am not telling about the SDGs. I am telling about recommendations to be forwarded as per the administrative problems and the various academic research related problems which are being encountered by the member universities to be placed with the appropriate bodies. These are all the 4 agendas. And now I am requesting Dr. Pankaj Mittal to make a presentation about the status of AIU at present, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot. As requested by Dr. Thiru Vasagam, sir, I'll make a presentation on what AIU has done so far. I mean, a little bit about genesis of AIU, the present status, and in the last 1 year, what it has done. And then we are expecting from you that what all you want us to do, like what extra we should be doing in the coming years. But do remember that AIU is with you, for you, always. So we are with you. And okay, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
It is visible.
I will. Okay. I'll just change it to slideshow. Okay, thank you. So I'll make a quick presentation because the time is limited and we want to listen to all of you also. So as a genesis, the new members who have joined today, the AIU came into existence on 23rd of March 1925. Therefore, we have completed 96 years of our existence. But it was also registered as a society. In the beginning, it was inter-university board. And lately in 1967, it was recognized as it was registered as a society and called as AIU. And in the past, the stalwarts like Sarpalli Radhakrishnan, Dr. Zakir Hussain, Dr. Mudalia, Dr. Shrimali, Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, they have been the presidents of AIU. So you can see the legacy of AIU, how grand it is. This is the present membership of AIU. Out of around 1,000 universities we have in our country, 871 are our members. So around 85% of the universities are the members of AIU, which includes 45 central universities, 359 state universities, 118 deemed universities, 280 private universities. Institutions of national importance, which include IITs, NITs, and ISAs, are 52. And we do also have 17 international members as the associate members of AIU. These are the functions and activities of AIU. Liaison and lobby, the president was talking about. Consultation and coordination, capacity building, research, cultural activities, sports, and evaluation and equivalence of degrees. So these are some of the activities. What we have done in these activities in the past 1 year, we'll be talking to you. The AIU also works as a think tank on higher education, and we are publishing many documents which are presented to the Government of India to take care of this objective of AIU. It does work like a bridge between the government and the university. So if government wants to implement something, they will tell us and we request our universities to implement it in letter and spirit. And if the universities have some not exactly grievances, anything they want to share with the government as a sort of a consortium of universities, we do take it to the government. And as a group, when we go, we are heard better than the individual universities. We also do a lot of consultation, coordination, licensing. We are also providing library services to our universities. And as I said, we are working like a friend, philosopher, and guide to the universities as well as to the government. So new initiatives which we took in the last year, AIU website, if you see, it has been completely redone and is always up to date. because if you see the like today's conference, this will also be on the website. All the presentations will be on the website. All the photographs will be on the website. So all the everything we are putting on the website in a very regulated manner. The AIU is having a lot of media presence. For example, AIU Twitter handle we opened around 2 years back. So it is having a very good response. AIU flag has been redesigned. You can see it at the back of the president that AIU flag is there. National conference, because the AIU was established on 23rd of March, we thought of celebrating this Foundation Day through a Foundation Day lecture. So last 2 years, we did have the first and the second Foundation Day lecture. The first one was delivered by Shri Kailash Satyarthi ji in August 2020. Because of the COVID, we had to postpone. And the second was delivered by Dr. Rajiv Kumar ji, Vice Chairman Niti Aayog. And the third will be held on 23rd of March 2022. And the speaker will be decided very soon. So coinciding with this, we have decided that every year the national conference will be on a fixed date, that is from 23rd to 25th March. And that is also good for the foreign participants because they have to plan in advance. So therefore, we have fixed the date for the national conference. Of course, the zonal conferences are held with the mutual convenience of the universities which are hosting these conferences. During the COVID period, like last 2 years were largely COVID period, and when the universities and colleges were closed, we were also wondering what to do. But then the AIU did not stop. So what we did was we also turned online, and we did many online webinars, workshops on several issues of teaching, for community engagement, for teachers, for online placements of students, how to get, say, philanthropic funding, how to use the online platforms. So all these workshops and webinars were done by the AIU, which did help the university community a great deal. And we also did the 5 zonal conferences last year on implementation strategy for NEP, like what should be the implement strategy for NEP. And the national meet was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister himself, although virtually, because we had to go virtual because of the COVID. And we did bring out a book on how to implement NEP, suggestions and proposals. And it was circulated to all the universities. It is on the AIU website also. It is a very sought after document in which for every recommendation we have indicated that what is the action which is required to be taken, who is the actor responsible, what are the timelines, and also what are the performance indicator to see that whether that action has already been taken or not. We also launched AIU QuedX platform in collaboration with Quaspir, which is a UK-based company, in which we are having many courses for the teachers for teaching them how to teach online effectively, because teaching online effectively is a totally different ballgame than teaching online. Because if some of the teachers feel that the way we are speaking in this conference and they can speak and then that is teaching online, it is not. So it involves many more things, how to engage the students, how to do the instructional design, how to do the presentations. So all that is available in multiple courses. So there are many online courses on the QuedX platform. So if the faculty members want to attend those courses, you can go to AIU website and go to QuedX, and you will see those programs which will improve your online teaching using the technology. We did conduct a Meet the Doctor series in which eminent doctors like Dr. Guleria, Dr. Trihan, the DG of ICMR, Somya Swaminathan, they were called, and they had a very good interaction with our Vice Chancellor, especially during the COVID time. And we have also redone our university news, and the scholarly articles are regularly released on the AIU website, which are eventually compiled into a book. These are the 5 zonal meets which will be held for this year. I mean, you all know that the theme of this year's conferences is realizing SDGs through HEIs. So we are combining 4 SDGs in each of the zonal conferences, and one which is relating to education will be discussed single SDG, that will be in the South Zone conference, and all the 17 will then be discussed in the national conference. And at the end of it, we are going to bring a book or a report which will also indicate to the government, to the universities, to the regulatory authorities, even to the UN, we will send that what all needs to be done to realize SDGs and how HEIs can contribute in realizing these SDGs. 96th meet, like the national meet, will be held in University of Mysore on from 23rd to 25th of March. As I told you, we do hold youth affairs and cultural activities. So we did hold all these festivals, and I mean, some of them were virtual because of, again, the COVID situation. But the time we utilized was to do a lot of capacity building. We are collaborating with ICCR for International Buddhist Festival, Buddhist Year, and we are also collaborating with them in terms of requesting them that the winners of the AIU youth festivals should be given some incentive, for example, performing abroad. So ICCR has agreed that some of our students who are the winners of the youth festivals will be given an opportunity to perform abroad in those universities at the expense of ICCR. Sports, for the first time, we held Khelo India University Games at Keech University, Bhubaneswar. Again, it was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister. And the next one will be held at Jain University, Bangalore. We were to hold it in March, but now we are again holding back because all our zonal meets, which are working as a feeder cadre to the national meet, they are getting postponed due to COVID. So maybe in May we will be holding the national festival. And then it is a request to all the vice chancellors, please do send the students and do attend this meet. You will be so happy to see. It's almost an international level event, the Khelo India University Games, where the students participate, and the arrangements are almost as if you are entering into an Olympic stadium. So it's really very good. So do attend this especially Khelo India University Games if it is held in May in Jain University, Bangalore. And these are the events which we are holding. And then we are also winning many medals, like World University Games. We are holding World University. What I'm trying to say is that till now we were only participating in World University Games, but for the first time, one event of World University Games will be held in Keet, that is volleyball. Similarly, Asian University Games, one event will be held in India, and both of this is happening for the first time. So far, we have never held World University Games or Asian University Games in India. Equivalence of degrees, we are at national level, we are doing the equivalence of postgraduate diploma and fellow program awarded by, say, non-degree institutions, means PG diploma to MBA, and fellow program in management to PhD. Foreign, we are doing for school education, we are doing the degree diplomas recognized for admission to, I mean, whosoever is coming to India for either higher education or for government jobs, they have to seek equivalence from AIU. So all those equivalences we are doing, and we have done all this totally online. Earlier, there were many students sitting in AIU asking for the equivalent certificate, but now nobody has to even step into AIU. The applications are online, the payment is online, and the equivalent certificate is also downloadable. So there's no need for any student to come to the AIU, and they are very happy with this. And there is no time lag also. Today you apply, within a week you get the equivalent certificate. And then this is something very important, seeing our performance in the equivalence. The Government of India, through a gazette notification very recently, around 1 month back, they have mandated AIU to do the equivalence of school boards. So all the school boards of India will be getting the equivalence from the AIU. So we are working on a SOP for that right now. AIU is totally computerized. We have a AIU portal in FilmNet Ahmedabad, which is the Inter-University Center of UGC. It is doing it. All the universities who have not yet logged in, please log in, because out of 871, only 674 have registered so far. So if your university has not logged in, please log in, because from now onwards, whether it is VC seniority list, whether it is the directory of AIU, which gives the names of all the universities who are members of the AIU, along with the names of the vice chancellors and the registrars and their contact details, will be through this portal. The handbook of universities, which is again a document which is published after 2 to 3 years gap, which gives in detail that what all programs are being run by which university, will be coming out through this portal. So it is in the interest of the university. So my earnest request and appeal to all the vice chancellors, please do instruct the nodal officer of AIU, which has been nominated by you, to fill up the details in the portal about your university. For example, there is one more portal which we have opened within this portal, that is AIU collaboration portal. There we are requesting you you to please enter the details of the good departments you have, where you want to have foreign collaboration. For example, in your university, if there are 5-6 departments or facilities or centers which are very good and where you want to have a foreign collaboration, please do indicate on that portal, because the foreign universities will come to AIU portal to see which university is good in which particular area. Otherwise, this information they are not able to get anywhere, neither through NAC nor through NIRF. So our portal will be the only source from where they will know that in a particular subject which university is good. So please do fill in your details on the AIU collaboration portal also. Internationalization, we have been signing MOUs with, like, NUS is a Mexico counterpart of AIU, UKI is a UK counterpart of AIU in UK. So we have signed MOUs with them. And if you wish to enter into collaboration with any of these universities, please do let us know. We'll find a suitable partner for you. And then we are also making one Indian network for internationalization of higher education. Recently, we held a meeting. Dr. Pani is here, he is handling that. And in Indian network of internationalization of higher education, we are wanting to have it as a knowledge sharing, information sharing platform, so that all the universities can sort of venture into the field of internationalization. Because many times I have met many vice chancellors who want to do internationalization, but they don't know how to do it, how to start, whom to collaborate with, how to initiate. So all this will be possible if you are a member of Indian Network for Internationalization of Higher Education. And again, till date, there is no such network in India, and most of the countries have a network for international educators, but India did not have a network of this type. Therefore, AIU took a lead, and we are trying to establish an Indian network for internationalization of higher education. These are some of the research publications. All of you must have got it. Reimagining Indian University is a very good book, which gives very good articles on how to reimagine Indian universities. COVID-19 response toolkit. It's a toolkit to guide universities on how to reopen the universities after COVID. There was a survey report on preparedness of Indian higher education institutions for online education. Another very important document was measuring access to higher education through eligible enrollment ratio. Like, why going for a Western concept called GER when ER is there, and if we calculate ER, it is at almost at par with the rest of the developed world. So ER is a very, very important concept. NEP policy and suggestions, I have already told that we have published. All these documents are available on the AIU website also. We have published a compendium on innovation and also a book which gives the case studies of the university, sort of best practices, that how our universities protected the academic interests of the students during the COVID. These are some of the new initiatives. AIU Journal, we are trying, in addition to the university news, we are trying to bring out the AIU Journal of Higher Education Policy and Research. The work is going on. Again, Dr. Ramapani is here. She is the one who is heading this movement. Issue of AIU member universities, as told by the Honorable President, we are taking up all those issues with UGC, NBA, AICT, and NAC. AIU, we are renovating AIU. You will feel that it is not of any benefit to you if you are renovating an AIU, but no, we are renovating it for you only, because we are renovating our guest house. We are making very good conference facilities for you. So all of you, if you want to have any conference in Delhi, AIU will be there, and very, very excellent conference facilities are being created. The conference facility will be there, staying space will be there, and very excellent food will be there. So I think you won't like to go anywhere else once this renovation is complete. We have also started AIU subscription collection drive, because many of the universities are not paying the subscription in time, and you know that we are thriving on subscription money only. So please, if you have not paid, do pay the subscription money. AIU Awards, it's a new concept which was initiated by our Honorable President, that 6 awards, the next slide will show the number, the list of the awards. So 6 awards are being instituted from the AIU for the students and the faculty. And very shortly after this presentation, we'll request the Honorable President to launch those awards also. So this award scheme is there. And then we have launched a program with CII, which is called AIU CII 100 project, in which 100 universities and 100 industries are being identified for one-to-one tie-up. So there will be one-to-one linkages between the university and the industry. So this 100 project is going on. And we are also, again, this is a move by the Honorable President, that all the universities, if they want to have joint national or international conferences with AIU, you are most welcome. Please apply to AIU and we will give you a little amount of token funding also, but that can be done. And one more, Dandi March, again, the initiative from the Honorable President. Dandi march from Tiruchirappalli to Vedaranyam by covering a distance of 160 kilometers. And our president has himself said that I will also walk. But God forbidding, Corona should not prevent it. Otherwise, we will be holding this Dandi march. These are the 6 awards I was talking about, which will be launched very soon by the Honorable President of AIU. These are the newly constituted committees through which we are going to present your views, through which we are going to raise the voice of the university community to the government. They should be knowing that what is happening in ranking, rating, and accreditation, and what is making our vice chancellors unhappy, means how it could be improved. We will be having a AIU consultant scheme that will be telling sometime later because it's getting late. All these committees are there, and the reports. One report is already there, Student Welfare Committee, which was headed by our Vice President, Dr. Suranjan Das, and rest of the reports very soon will be coming, and we'll be sharing them with all of you. So that is all. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. And over to the President for taking it forward.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pankaj Mittal. We have presented a detailed report of the AIU, and credit goes to the Governing Council of AIU, and I want to register my appreciation once again for successful carrying out these activities by our Secretary General, Dr. Pankaj Mittal.
Thank you.
Now,
So should we launch the awards first before you?
Yeah, please, madam.
Okay. Vijender, will you please show the slide through which we will launch the award, and then the awards will be coming on the AIU website and will be sent.
What made us or made me to bring out such new schemes? Yes. See, AIU is not popular among all the stakeholders of higher education. Even among the universities, mostly vice chancellors, registrars, they have knowledge about AIU. And the faculty, non-teaching staff and students, they don't have idea about what is AIU as well. Keeping in mind, we have to see that there must be some popularity about AIU in all the campuses of the higher education. We are introducing this program. That is one of the reasons. Rest of the reasons are just to acknowledge and recognize the good work are being done by individual faculty and institutions. When we launch this program, definitely students in the campus, faculty in the campuses, and vice chancellors, one way or other, they will be involved in these programs, and the AIU name will be very popular among all the stakeholders of higher education of India as well. I am happy to launch this program. The first program is the award also, Best Faculty Researcher. For each university, AIU will give award under the name of Best Faculty Researcher. The questionnaire format and all will be sent to you very soon. So, as Vice Chancellor is expected to form a committee and take a decision and send it to AIU, we will give you an award and certificate as well. It is going to be for every year. Likewise, Best Publication, Best Doctoral Thesis, Best All-Rounder University Students. So these are all the schemes. And moreover, we have a scheme called Joint Conferences of both AIU and the member universities, for which AIU is giving 25,000 rupees for each conference as a participating amount only. And likewise, there are programs in our pipeline as well. So I am extremely happy and delighted to launch this program on the occasion of this Central Zone Vice Chancellor Conference at the Tezpur University. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Now, The floor is before you, Vice Chancellor, sir. As I told you, you can speak about what you want from AIU and what you want from other apex bodies as well. You have to spend much time on this. Then only we can understand what is your request and demand also.
Pratibha, you can stop sharing.
May I request Vice Chancellors, please speak. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I am Professor Goswami from Vice Chancellor Cotton University, Guwahati.
Yes, sir.
I think for information of you that this was an institute, Cotton College, established in 1901, and now it is from 2017. This is an university. So we are doing our best to make it another center for Northeast. But I just want to tell just very briefly one thing. So everybody, I think, at the very beginning, I just thank the AIU, especially the president and the secretary general, that really they are, I don't know, they are lucky or we are lucky. You have made everything digital. So that's very good time. You have used proper use of the time. And so that's thank you very much. Number one. Number two, I think everybody says that whether that Northeast is the engine of India. And now we are implementing the NEP and others. So we have noticed that whenever we apply for just for projects and all, especially in Northeast, it feels to me that we don't get it. I'll give you one example. We have a building.
Please. Now only audible. Yeah, please.
Yeah, we have a building which was constructed in 90. So for that purpose, we applied for UGC. We were sanctioned 5.5 crores. We got the first grant, 2.3 crores. Second grant, we didn't get because we have become a second.
Vice Chancellor, sir, it is not audible. Could you please speak with the mic? It's not audible. Yeah, it's okay.
So,
now, now it is clear. Now it is clear.
But that second sanction hasn't come. So I appeal to AIU that because this is an heritage building, if it goes like that, I think we cannot keep heritage. So you can breeze because you have said that we can breeze. So that's my number one. And number two, I think
sir, just a second, please. We are wanting to listen to grievances which are of common nature. So individual grievances of a grant of a particular university, if we, no, I mean, that will be difficult.
Yeah, second point. Yeah, I'm going next one. I think 6% of GDP on education. I think we should try. We should tell that should be the first motto. Otherwise, NEP will not be implemented properly. But number three, I want to tell that especially at this time of COVID success, I think some proper examination system platform may be developed.
Okay, that's good.
I think to the member universities, and that will be the best utilized. Otherwise, because the education level is really going down, which we have discussed only a few days back, I think yesterday also. So these are my three things that you should bridge the gap between the institutions. And second thing, 6% of GCP. Second thing, on proctored examination platform. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor, sir. We will keep it in mind and we will put it in appropriate report and recommendation also, sir. We will do follow up. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Other Vice Chancellors, please.
Sir, we were to wind up by 12:15. It is 12:26. So let us wind up by 12:30, sir.
Okay.
President, sir, can I speak? I am Vice Chancellor, GM University.
Yes, sir.
Uh, I think this a very useful conference going on. What I just was wondering, the Secretary General was talking about sensitivity to sustainability in curriculum. Is there anything AIU can do so that, like maybe a module kind of preparation or something like that, which would benefit the HEIs so that they can also go and implement in their respective institutions? Because sustainable, I mean, SDGs, the way they are running, I think HEIs have not been able to do as much as required or maybe desirable. Probably, if there is something you can do apart from this is a good beginning, but maybe if you can take it to the next level where the universities can avail the expertise made available by the AIU, that would be useful. Thank you, sir.
I do totally agree with you, Vice Chancellor, sir. Because, we have been talking about SDGs, and after the conference is over, we have to take it forward in the form of introducing at least a few of the features and provisions of SDG in our curriculum, research, and other extension activities as well. If it is going to be a common for all the universities, it's easier for vice chancellors to introduce in their bodies like syndicate, academic council, and board of studies as well. We take your suggestion very seriously, and we will see that something will be done by AIU by involving experts and bring out some model curriculum as far as the introduction of SDGs in our education system, sir. Certainly, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir, will finalize, then you can speak, Anchor. Sir, you can, I think, conclude.
Oh. So no more questions from our honorable vice chancellors. They are very happy about AIU. Thank you very much for your confidence on the AIU as well. And one more request. I think you will not take it otherwise. Right now, the subscription outstanding, subscription from member universities outstanding alone comes about around 7 crores. There are member universities, they have not paid subscription for last 7 years, last 5 years. It's correctly observed by Secretary General. The main source of income for the AIU is the subscription from member universities. So we have discussed on many governing council meeting. The last governing council meeting, we were compelled to take a decision that the universities who have arrear of more than 2 years will be given one warning notice to the universities with a time of another 1 month time. Within the 1 month time, the universities are not able to respond and give the outstanding arrear, those universities will be delisted from membership of the AIU. That was the decision taken by the governing council. So now I would like to make an appeal to all the leaders of the higher education and member universities. Please check with your office, and for convenience purpose only, we have nominated mentors. The faculty staff of the AIU are nominated as mentors for each universities. They are in touch with the Vice Chancellor Registrar Office. Please be in touch with them and see that your universities will be regularly remitting the subscription. And that will be a great help for us to carry out this conference, programs of research, publication, etc., as well. Before concluding my President's remark, I would like to register my appreciation to officials of the AIU as well. The top official is Dr. Pankaj Mittal. Under her, there are a lot of secretaries, joint additional secretaries, deputy secretaries, joint directors. They are really doing hard and committed work. Even during COVID-19 season also, they didn't bother about their health. Even today, there are 2 people, officials attending the meeting who have been affected COVID-19 recently as well. So I would like to take this opportunity to register my sincere thanks, and I would like to openly acknowledge the good work done by Dr. Alok Mishra, as a Joint Secretary, Dr. Arvendra Bani, the Joint Director, and our Deputy Director, Publication, Mrs. Bani, and Ranjana, the Finance. Likewise, Satyapal, Ravindra, Vijendra Singh, like that, all these people, A to Z, they deserve your support, our support, your blessings, our blessings, and my blessings. Thank you very much for your participation. And now I am just handing over the floor to the organizers. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Professor Thiruvasagam. 96 years of existence, a grand legacy, and I'm really honored to be a part of this initiative and how in the last 1 year they have continued their wonderful initiatives. I'd like to mention that and appreciate AIU for their work in the last 1 year and congratulate the President and the Secretary General, Professor Thiruvasagam and Dr. Mittal. And also, I'd request the VCs, Vice Chancellors who are present here to use the best out of these initiatives. Now, we are almost at the end of the business session, and after this, we are going to begin the technical session, the fourth and the last technical session on contributing of HEIs in protecting terrestrial ecosystems and halting biodiversity loss, SDG 15. To continue that session, I'd like to request Assistant Professor of this university, Dr. Ananya Bonjosna ma'am, to continue. Thank you.
A very good morning to one and all present here online with us. My name is Ananya, and I would like to take this privilege to announce the technical session 4, which is going to be a discussion on the SDG number 15, Life on Land. The topic of this discussion is contribution of higher education institutions in protecting terrestrial ecosystems and halting biodiversity loss. This discussion will be chaired by the chairperson, Professor K.R.S. Sambashiva Rao, along with three eminent speakers, Mr. Rajarshi Chakraborty, Dr. A.S. Rawat, and Dr. S. Kerkata. As I have already mentioned, the session will be chaired by Professor K.R.S. Sambashiva Rao, the Vice Chancellor of Mizoram University. He is also serving as a visiting professor to various universities in Malaysia and Indicaset Republic of Panama. He has an extensive research experience in the fields of environmental toxicology and physiology, aquaculture biotechnology, and fermentation technology. May I now request Professor Rao to please initiate the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am very much privileged to chair the session on the contribution of higher education institutions in protecting terrestrial ecosystem and halting biodiversity loss under SDG 15. It was a very pertinent topic, and how the universities has to work for the protection of ecosystem, terrestrial ecosystem, and how biodiversity is getting affected because of various reasons. And it is preserving biodiversity is one of the challenge in the present day environment, and it requires a targeted efforts to protect the biodiversity which has been there, particularly Northeast region, where it is a very important aspect for study, and it is very useful to for a discussion also. And I'm very much thankful to the organizers, Tezpur University and AIU, for considering me to be chairing this session. And it is a wonderful opportunity for me to interact with all of you. And there are many issues to discuss. And I'm not going to talk much about this because there are various eminent speakers are there, and during that how, because 90% of the area in Northeast region, about 80 to 90% area is been covered with full thick forest area, except in Assam. The all other states are having very rich forest area. So it is very important to know how it is to be protected and how it is to be conserved and how it is to be utilized without losing biodiversity, how it is to be utilized for the various human applications and human use in this particular area. And we had, as mentioned, we have three important speakers here. Mr. Rajrishi Chakrabarti, State Project Officer under UNDP program, and Dr. A.S. Rawat, IFS and Director General ICFRE Dehradun, and Sri S. Karkata, Scientist G, Minister of Environment and Forest, Climatic Change, New Delhi. I request the first speaker, Sri Rajrishi Chakrabarti, the State Project Officer of UNDP program. Actually, I'm not having any biodata of them to introduce them. I think the organizers may think of introducing them because I don't have any biodata with me.
Yes,
I request organizers to, if they have biodata, they can introduce Rajrishi Chakrabarti briefly.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So let me take the opportunity to introduce our first speaker of the session, Mr. Rajarshi Chakraborty. Mr. Chakraborty is currently working as the State Project Officer in United Nations Development Program. He also worked as a senior project officer in WWF India and worked as a research fellow in Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun. May I now request the chairperson to forward the discussion to the speaker.
I request Rajesh to this is your time.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes.
With the permission of the Honorable Chair, I'll begin my presentation. I am very privileged to be among such eminent speakers and such experts in this field. And I again thank AIU for giving us this space for sharing our thoughts and inputs on this very pertinent and important topic. So I'll just share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Not visible. Just now it's visible.
Okay. Okay, so like it has been discussed time and again before during the past 2 days also, right now we are at such a juncture where the effects of desertification and deforestation on the global biodiversity and the climate and all aspects of associated human life has become very apparent. So we know that right now there is only one need that we need to address, which is the reversal. So this is what primarily the SDG 15 tries to achieve, which is looking at terrestrial ecosystems and halting biodiversity loss. And it is looking at threats which have affected lives and livelihoods of millions of people all around the world. So to up the ante, the UN has also launched a decade on ecosystem restoration, which has started from last year, 2021 onwards. So such a movement needs a coordination on a global scale, and it needs all the sectors to be involved to join hands to address this issue. So this will look at building the capacities of various stakeholders to address the biodiversity halt and desertification, deforestation in a more efficient manner. And it will also lead to some policy changes, hopefully in the near future. So in our country also, in this scenario, all sectors and organizations need to join hands and to contribute effectively towards the SDG 15 in a meaningful manner. And this is where the HEIs have a very important role to play. And I'm sure the other eminent speakers and honorable chair will also throw a more comprehensive light on this. But just from our experience of associating with HEIs through our various projects and certain initiatives, we've just listed down some pointers regarding what roles the HEIs can play in towards the restoration of ecosystems and also conservation of biodiversity. So first and foremost, of course, the prime role that the HEIs have been playing all along and will also continue to play in a very major manner is towards awareness generation and sensitization, not only to their own pupils, which of course it's equally important, but we feel that at this juncture there is a need for the HEIs to also reach out to a wider cross section of the society and to address the other stakeholders through targeted awareness campaigns. They can partner with local institutions working on the ground, and we've had very successful examples of tying up with the local universities and doing community-based awareness campaigns where people have really come out and supported, and they've shared their own knowledge regarding biodiversity laws and conservation in a very enthusiastic manner. So such thematic awareness can be disseminated through commemoration of major environment-related events such as World Environment Day, but also certain projects and attachments, which of course the HEIs undergo through their pupils each year. They can also be specifically designed to assess these capacity need and awareness gaps, because what we know is that there is a major lack of awareness regarding the status of biodiversity and the steps that we need to take to conserve it in a more meaningful manner among the wider public, be it rural areas or in semi-urban areas. So there, these projects, it can be a short-term internship, it can be a longer-term dissertation. These projects can be designed in a manner where the researcher can assess the capacity gaps and also the awareness gaps, so that the authorities can design appropriate modules and disseminate awareness. So such projects can also be designed to cater to these awareness gap needs. And of course, as we know that these programs can also play a very vital step in gathering traditional knowledge, because that is often a very neglected area of conservation in the conservation sector, because people's traditional ecological knowledge and their expertise and experience towards biodiversity conservation is extremely important for any implementer or any policymaker to take into account. So these awareness campaigns can also play a vital role in gathering such knowledge and also transferring it to the appropriate authorities. Like I was mentioning, there have been multiple examples that we've also been able to achieve. We have had tying up and collaboration with educational institutes in our project landscapes. There has been a biodiversity sanrakshan internship, which the government of India, through the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, in collaboration with UNDP, has initiated, where each year very enthusiastic youth fellows are attached as interns to various state governments in their state biodiversity boards or forest departments, who contribute greatly towards facilitating the ongoing conservation work in those states. And also, what we feel is that in any area, there is a lot of research and implementation work going on regarding conservation or eco restoration, but most of the agencies work in silos. So address that, we should be having regular platforms where we can deliberate and discuss these issues. So there also the HEIs can play a very vital role to organize thematic conferences, symposiums to discuss on specific aspects of restoration, and also involve vital stakeholders such as policymakers, enforcement agencies, civil administration, because until and unless those recommendations and that awareness spreads and percolates up to that level, it's not going to lead to policy changes in a meaningful manner. Change. Sorry. Yeah, so the next aspect where the HEIs have, of course, played a very important role throughout the country in the past is on research. And to contribute more meaningfully towards achievement of SDG 15, we feel that the research can focus on more applied aspects, looking at assessment of particular habitats or species or ecosystems, and also designing restoration and threat mitigation strategies, because until and unless those things are taken into account and they are then passed on to the policymakers, they are not going to lead to concrete changes on ground. And it can be done through formal agreements with institutes working on restoration, conservation, and to ensure that the changes that are suggested are implemented actually on ground. And there's been a focus on looking at pilots, various innovative measures, including in our own project. We look at various innovative measures of pilots of conservation and restoration. And there also some particularly focused research can look at testing the efficacy of these pilots on ground, so that the more important and effective measures are replicated to address the wide scale needs of eco restoration. And of course, a very important aspect of this is also the existing laws and policies related to biodiversity conservation and eco restoration. So, certain specific research can also look at review of these laws and policies and trying to see what are the options available for enhancement of the same. It can be a biodiversity related expenditure review. It can be review of state level laws and policies to see what improvements can be put into them. So that kind of research is also something that the HEIs can promote and engage in collaboration with other technical institutes. And of course, research seminars and symposium, like in the previous aspect, they would also help immensely to disseminate the research findings to the wider public, which is sometimes does not happen in a very systematic manner. So there, the government, concerned government authorities and administration, they can take part in these symposiums and they can learn about the research findings, and more importantly, what are the take home messages regarding restoration and biodiversity conservation. And of course, encouraging interdisciplinary research, which ultimately leads to conservation and eco restoration, is something that the HEIs right now, in the past 50 years or so, more interdisciplinary research has been promoted and encouraged across the HEIs, and we feel that it should be encouraged more. And the modules, I think Professor Nagraj was mentioning that there should be a module on sustainability which can be introduced to the universities through the AIU. It's a very important and valuable suggestion, and I just feel that such modules or such curriculum can also take into factor the local issues and regional issues related to conservation and eco restoration, so that they cater to the local students and local youth in a very specific manner. The HEIs, we have had examples of many campuses around the country acting as green campuses and demonstrating many innovative measures to the wider public. And there also in the future, the HEIs can play a very important role as acting as centers of awareness dissemination and sustainability. They can strive to achieve the zero carbon emitting or carbon neutral status, and they can also encourage various energy friendly and alternate energy measures, which is of course the need of the hour, and also some innovative measures to manage solid waste, which has become a very prime concern for conservationists across the world. So these initiatives can be implemented in their campuses, and they can then be shared and demonstrated to the wider public. And also, of course, promoting green cover and utilizing various schemes which can help the campuses to increase the green cover is something also that is suggested. For example, the Campus Green project under the Kerala Startup Mission gives out funding to the campuses which apply to register themselves as green campuses. So such certain schemes and policies like that can be made use of. And they can, the HEIs can also formally tie up with the state biodiversity boards, which are very extremely important institutions at the state level, and which are looking at empowering the local community to conserve their own local bioresources and bringing out documents, important documents such as the People's Biodiversity Register. So there, the HEIs can play an important role in capacity building of these biodiversity management committees, which are the grassroots organization under the State Biodiversity Board, and also help them to build their own People's Biodiversity Register. Finally, I would conclude with something which has become very apparent and very pertinent in the past 2 years. We've felt time and again that there needs to be a more coordinated approach for management of zoonotic diseases, something which has become very painfully clear in the past 2 years. So the One Health approach, which is looking at coordinating and engaging all three focal sectors of animal health, environment health, and human health, is something that has been globally accepted and now is being promoted across the world. And our government of India also, the Honorable Prime Minister, he himself has suggested that the One Health approach is very important and should be implemented. So there also the HEIs, especially those which are related to animal health, like veterinary institutes and colleges, can play a very important role. They can undertake focused awareness programs on management of zoonotic diseases in these remote areas where people do not know what kind of a disease is there and how to manage it. And they can also conduct short-term research projects to assess the status and contribute to the baseline, which can be shared with the government counterparts. And also, they can build capacities of all the frontline staff regarding the animal health, the public health, as well as the forest health department. The frontline staff like the forest guard, the paraveterinarians, the ASHA workers, they are at the leading edge of the zoonotic disease battle. So they can be addressed, and their capacities can be built in a very efficient manner by the hierarchical institutes which are related, which are concerned with animal health or human health. So I would just conclude by brief remarks and list of pointers regarding how the HEIs can contribute towards achievement of SDG 15 here. And thank you once again to the organizers for giving us this space. And I would be looking forward to hearing from the other eminent speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh, for enlightening on the role of and responsibilities of higher education for conservation of biodiversity and restoration of biodiversity. Shall I go with any one or two questions? I don't know with the time constraints. Otherwise, if anyone has got, they can put in message and we go with the next speaker. And meanwhile, the questions can be taken up in the end. It may be better because time is also a big constraint. Already we are running out the time. Oh, is it okay?
Yes, sir. So we can open the forum for questions in the later part.
Yes, yes.
So now I would like to take the opportunity to introduce our next speaker, Dr. A.S. Rawat. Dr. Rawat and IFS is currently the Director General of ICFRE Dehradun. He is presently posted as the Director in FRI Dehradun. Dr. Rawat worked in various capacities in the state of Jharkhand and worked in the field of terrestrial and wildlife area of Jharkhand. May I request the chairperson to take forward the discussion and allow the speaker to open.
Dr. Rawat, I will invite you to speak on this occasion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, AIU, organizers, all the distinguished experts participating in the workshop, and the speakers of this session. Very good afternoon to all. In fact, I'm really grateful to AIU for giving me an opportunity just to highlight the work which ICFRE is doing in this direction, and as well as what ICFRE can do, in fact, in relation to the enlightening the higher education institutes. So, let me start with just a brief introduction of what exactly is there, and then what work ICFRE is doing, then what we can do in this area. So, next please. If we just see the desertification, climate change, and biodiversity, in fact, these are the major issues, challenges, I will say, which are, in fact, their impediment in the sustainable development. And then, if we just see the scenario by 2030, then we find that 40% more water is required, 50% more food is required, 40% more energy is required, 40% more timber and fiber. These all are required. And these can be met only, if we just manage our ecosystem in a sustainable manner. Forests, in fact, are the most biodiverse ecosystem and which provide habitat to more than 80% of the terrestrial species of animals and plants, and in addition to provide shelter, livelihood, food security for forest-dependent communities, and globally about 1.6 billion people are dependent on the forests. Forests play a major role in mitigating climate change through carbon sequestration, and they also reduce risk of natural disasters, including floods, droughts, landslides, and other extreme events. Around these 30 million hectares of the forests are being lost every year, and while this persistent degradation of dry land has led to desertification of 3.6 million hectares. Global biodiversity, in fact, this is again declining rapidly, and if we just see the current report of this WWF, then we are at 68% of 1970 level. Then, of course, if we just see the scenario in our country, can you come back to the previous slide? Yes. Then for SDG 15, in fact, we being the research organization, we are doing some work, in fact, in terms of providing research inputs, like producing, these high varieties of our somewhat timber species, and of course then making these reclamation plan for the mines also, where some of the models we have established also, and So he's showcasing the eco-restoration work which ICFR has done in the past. But this again, I will just say, is not sufficient because we need the cooperation, the collaboration from the various these organizations also. Because the forestry, of course, itself is the discipline there, but for eco-restoration purpose, we need the assistance of these other organizations. For that, if there is some universities can come forward, so really we welcome that. Next, please. If you just see the performance of country in respect of SDG 15, then we'll say that it is not satisfactory. And we rank, these around 120th as far as this our performance is concerned. And out of 100, we score around 60.07. So I think a lot of the work is required to be done in respect of SDG 15. Next page. If we just see the scenario in our country, then in fact we have 78% of all reported species, and again our forest cover is 71.22 million hectares. That is 21.6% of the geographical area, and around 9.5 million hectares is the that is the tree outside forest. So total, this tree and forest tree cover that comes to around 24.56% of the geographical area of the country. Whereas as per our National Forest Policy 1988, we should have around 33% of geographical area. And we, in fact, aim to achieve it. Of course, I will not say that we, the ICFR itself, but the entire the MOEF, the state forest departments, make effort to achieve this target. Next please. These are all international commitments, in fact, which our country is following, and basically the partner in all these. Next please. If these, we have in fact pledged to have 21 million hectares by 2030, which has been further increased by honorable Prime Minister to 26 million hectares. So if we just take that 21 million hectares as a basis, then economic benefits which are likely to be there are to the tune of 6.594 million US dollars, and then the climate benefit in terms of these CO2 sequestered, that is 1.99 gigaton. So this extent of benefit, if we can get by restoring the degradation, the planting of the area, so certainly we will be able to restore a lot of area, and which will certainly give benefit to the people who are depending on the forest at the same time, but some ecological benefits are going to achieve there. And so far, our achievement is that 9.8 million hectares have been restored from 2011, 12 to 2016 and 17. Next please. This MOEF and of course the State Forest Department are making efforts in restoration of the degraded forest, and or this NAV, which is in the ministry, sponsors has been sponsoring the program for afforestation to the State Forest Department, and it has achieved the target of 2.19 million hectares. Similarly, Green India Mission, again that is in a umbrella project, I will say, and various these forestation activities are part of it, and they have this 10 million hectare. That is the target of this 10 million hectare by improved quality of the forest cover. Then similarly the 20-point program, which have started in 2006, particularly these afforestation activities are concerned, and an area of 1.47 million hectare has been covered, and 0.95 billion seedlings have been planted. And but this scheme basically run mainly in the public land as well as on the private land, but mainly by the state forest departments. And another scheme is National Green Highway Mission also, and that again aims to make a green corridor along 140,000 kilometers of the highways. There are other state forest department schemes also which are sponsored by the state forest department, but most of them are covered under 20-point program as well as in Green India Mission. Next please. Then there are the project is sponsored in the protected area also. because some project Tiger is there as my previous speaker had mentioned. Then there are schemes related to the wildlife sanctuaries, and then of course then some these other state-funded schemes are there. They directly or indirectly, I would say, support in terms of the achieving the SDG 50 targets of the SDG 50. Then some emphasis is given to protect wildlife outside the protected areas also. Specific recovery programs, particularly in the research organizations as well as the state forest departments, access to and institute conservation schemes are there. So those are also implemented there. Then some specific projects are there, like Project Tiger is there, Snow Leopard, Project Elephant is there. So these are the schemes which are run by the ministry, but again implemented by the state forest department. Another one is the Namavi Gange program. ICFRE was also the part of it, and where this has made DPR for the regulation of river Ganga through afforestation activities. And then some external aided projects are there, some which are being implemented by state forest department, and some of the state forest departments have started some of these massive tree planting program, like Telangana, that is Haripharam is there, Maharashtra, same they have the program. Then Odisha also, and then similarly Bihar also, the Haryali project, and of course in UP also, they fix up the target of afforestation every year, and last year they could achieve around 25, the seed plantation of 25 crores of seedling. So such programs are being, started by the state forest department. Next please. In 2019, in fact, in COP14, Honorable Prime Minister announced setting up of Center of Excellence for the promote South-South cooperation and for addressing land litigation issues in the Indian Council of Forestry Research and Education. And ICFRE submitted DPR for the establishment of the Center of Excellence, and I hope that next financial year we start working on this also, and this is going to be, I think, one of a very important activity as far as ICFR is concerned. But not only for these ICFR alone, but for other organizations also, like ICR and other organizations who are working on land litigation related issues in the state forest department also. So let me just highlight some of the objectives of this Center of Excellence. In fact, next please. Then we will be sharing, in fact, knowledge and transferring technology with these technology, and then capacity building up in setting the LDN targets and helping, of course, the government also. Then implementation of these transformative native projects, and of course, just identifying, the resources from where these projects can be implemented, scaling the best practices, after identifying the best practices, and scaling those also, then conducting online courses, and then planning, monitoring, and evaluation. This should be carried out by the Center of Excellence. Next page. Yes, now let us come to the main topic, and before that, I will just like to inform you that ICFRE has prepared detailed project report for rejuvenation of 30 major rivers in India through again through afforestation activities, and we have estimated that around 7,000 square kilometer of the forest cover will be increased if these DPRs of 30 rivers are implemented. The further is to this carry out the soil moisture conservation activity, the plantation activities in the catchment area, and as well as along the river course on the 5 kilometer of east side from the main river, and then 2 kilometers around the tributary. In fact, these DPRs have been prepared after consultations with the stakeholders like the State Forest Department, the Agriculture Department, municipalities, and of course with the farmers initiative also. And based on suggestions which our issues received from the stakeholders, we prescribed certain models and for the forest land, for agricultural land, as well as for the urban areas. And we hope that once the EPRs are implemented, these are going to be these I will say the model for taking up similar type of work in other rivers also. And we started preparation of the DPR as for the direction of history, but after seeing the DPR, the work on the DPR of the Ganga Republic Forest prepared. Similarly, we are making these eco restoration plan for a lot of the mined over area also, then carrying out biodiversity assessment also before the mining activities carried out as per the mandate of this converting those the forest area for non-forestry activities. And then as far as the higher education is, the role of the higher education is concerned, in fact, we find in fact that when we go for a partition of the species, because we of course our work of this preservation of many species also, but still we find that this the forest department and the agency they do partition just for a very limited species. So that is these because these, there is a knowledge gap. So if we have to these go for this preservation of the biodiversity, then plantation of these I will not say all the species, but many species have to be carried out. So for that purpose, for we need the assistance of the universities also, because it will not be possible for research organizations to carry out this work. So this for actual conservation for rare endangered species, for in respect of this the knowledge is not available. And at the same time, this capacity building of the line department which are involved in the it's then introduction biology of rare endangered and endemic species. That is another area where is a university can be involved. Then again, is a participatory decision making, sustainable use of the natural resources that can also be done by the universities. And then management of invasive diseases, that again is an area which really needs to be looked into. And so far, very the little work has been done in respect of the invasive species. And but massive work is required to be done in this area when you have your protected area, the forests are totally say that inundated by the species. Then we have the lot of work is required to be done for the second group. Again, here in this area also, some of the work has been done by the organizations, but in respect of some of the second groups or second groups in the state. So here also, these universities can be associated as a partner, or of course, they can also take up this task separately. But just to see that there is no duplication of the work in this respect. And next, please. Next. Then, as all of you know that we are really running sort of the taxonomies, and it is again the onus lies on the universities to their taxonomists. So, a lot of the work is required to be done, particularly in respect of the species, the species which are vanishing, their status, and other things also. Then again, the previous speaker also highlighted that the creation of the forest biodiversity, the people's biodiversity minister. I will say that the requirement of the biodiversity Act, and many states, they are still, they are doing this work, and they need to be, assisted. So universities can, come up and approach the state forest department in preparing up to biodiversity register. Then again, identifying the best practices, the traditional knowledge related to system management, biodiversity. That is another area, because some of the these people, they have done really good work, but that has to be highlighted. So for that also, university can assist. In fact, I would like to inform you that we are given a task by National Disaster Management Authority to, in fact, combine traditional knowledge, forest fire, forest fire, but still, we are finding it difficult to get this information. So if the universities have such information, they can assist us in identifying these traditional practices in the area where this universities are established. We really like to be associated with them. So here, there's assistance of our students, our research scholars can be certainly taken. Then one more project which we are working, that is the Forest Genetic Resource Network, and we aim to make inventory as well as collect information in respect of 1,000 species. We are going to complete that work in respect of Uttarakhand, and 250 tree shrubs and herbs that have been documented. There, the population structure, the vegetation status, everything has been documented there. So that this knowledge which has been compiled that can be carried forward. If there are certain issues related to the regulation, those can be certainly taken up. If we have to make efforts to increase the biodiversity of our these forest landscapes. Then awareness about the conservation and rich biodiversity of India, that task certainly can be taken up by the universities. And then again, these we can this inculcate youth, we can train them, and of course we can this promote that they should go for this biodiversity conservation. Next, please. So this is all as far as the involvement of the higher education students in conservation of biodiversity is concerned. And then, of course, the role of the ICFR is also, and I welcome all the experts, if they have any suggestion, they want to associate themselves with the ICFR, because we have 9 institutes which are in a different part of the country. And as far as our eastern region is concerned, it is IFI, Rainforest Institute at your heart, and our institute, Institute of Forest Productivity at Ranchi. But I will not say that the efforts of our institutes, our council are enough in this direction. So, this, by joining hands, by pooling our resources, certainly we can do a lot of work. So, I again request in this forum that please come with us or invite us in some collaborative program. So, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Rawatji. We will be getting back to you again if any suggestions and questions are there from the audience. I will now request the third speaker to be introduced by the organizers.
Yes, sir. I would like to take the opportunity to introduce the third speaker of this session, Dr. S. Kerketa. Dr. S. Kerketa, Scientist G and PhD from Sambalpur University. He is currently serving as the Director of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. I welcome him to this session and I request the chairperson to please allow him to open.
And I welcome Sri Kerketa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to share my presentation. May I be allowed? Because I have made some modification on my presentation. Please allow me the sharing rights, please. Organizer, please allow me the sharing rights. Yes. Could you see my presentation now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone who have joined online, and also those who are maybe physically also joined. My topic is protecting terrestrial ecosystem and halt on biodiversity loss. what is the role of higher education institutions? Before I begin with, just I would like to say something regarding my division. CBD came into force, that is in the Rio, the CBD convention held in 1992, and India became the members in 1992. And after 1992, our Biological Diversity Act 2002, that was came into force in 2002. Then this is the milestone I would like to say. First ABS agreement, that is the internally means access and benefit sharing. If somebody has used the biological resources for commercial utilizations, then some kind of monetary as well as non-monetary benefit is given to the local people for conservation of that particular bioresources. So that is why it is called ABS, access and benefit sharing. That is with the corporate who has used the biological resources for commercial utilization. That was in 2006. Then we signed the Nagoya Protocol 2011. That is regarding again the access and benefit sharing, and the 100th access and benefit sharing agreement we signed in way back in 2012. This is why I am trying to mention here is that because as I have mentioned at the end, to hold the biological resources, we require to sensitize, you require to encourage the local people for conservation of biological resources, be it animal, be it flora, be it their derivatives. Then in 2014, to make this ABS, we prepared the ABS guideline, and in 2014, as for the International Food and Agriculture Notification, whatever the list were there in the annexures, we made them exemption from the section 14 of our Biological Diversity Act 2002. It means they do not require to pay any kind of access and benefit sharing on that particular biological resources if somebody is going to use for commercial utilizations. Then this one, just 2015, just I would like to say that this is the first IRCC issue, that is internationally recognized certificate on compliance. This suppose somebody is having a research on a particular biological resources, and the persons or the researchers or the body corporate, if they would like to go for the patenting, then they have to go for international publications. So in 2015, we had the publication into first publication in 2015. As of now, we have now published 2,351 IRCC out of 3,200 odd IRCC published globally. Just I would like to tell you our functioning of the Biological Diversity Act. At the top, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and we are having three-tier system, that is National Biodiversity Authority. Then in the states, we are having State Biodiversity Authority or Union Territory Biodiversity Council. Then below that, you are having Biodiversity Management Committee. For your kind information, because somebody was mentioning that the BMC should be sensitized, the BMC should be encouraged, so that whatever the biological losses or biodiversity losses have been happened in the past, this BMC would certainly contribute to conservation of all those biological resources, so that by 2030 this net gain biodiversity would be achieved. Just I would like to tell you about my Biological Diversity Act 2002, and below that we are having biological diversity rules, that is at central level. Then we have also empowered the state levels. They can also, this state concern can have also their own biological diversity rules. And for your kind information, we have our ABS guideline sometime in 2014. Then, as I have said, as for the ITP GFRA 2014, whatever the crops have been listed in Annexure 1, those have been exempted as per the Section 14 of the Biological Diversity Act. Then, in 2016 and 2017, we have notified some nationally traded as commodity. So it implies that those who have been notified as per the NTSC notification in 2016 and 17, that is placed in our Biological Diversity Act. As of now, we have notified around 421 NTSA commodities, and those commodities, if somebody is using for commercial utilization, they need not pay any AVS to the local people, because we have examined and these local people need not go for the conservation of those one, but they are exempted from paying of AVS. Apart from that, we are now conservation of biodiversity or loss of biodiversity is being restored through Forest Act, Patent Act, Wildlife Protection Act, Forest Conservation Act, Environment Protection Act 1986. Apart from that, another act is also there, that is called Scheduled Tribes and Other Traditional Forest Dweller Recognition of Forest Right Act 2006. Now this is about my office. Now you have said this terrestrial ecosystem. So as for the SDG 15, life and land. So here I would like to say terrestrial ecosystem can be your many parts. It can be Himalayan ecosystems. It can be your terrestrial ecosystems. It can be your coastal and marine ecosystems. So here I have said life and land. I have taken the rivers of Northeast region because the workshop is now happening in Tezpur. So therefore, I have chosen the Northeast region's rivers. And I would like to give you one example how you are going to restore the different ecology of the area. As I have already said, biodiversity loss per se, there are 5 components. One is habitat alternation. It can be your habitat loss, it can be degradation, it can be fragmentation of land, and then pollution. It is air, water, maybe another one is noise pollution, could be noise pollution also. Then over harvestings, that is over exploitations of agricultures. Then invasive species, introduction of invasive species, somebody was mentioning. And then fifth is the last but not the least, that is the climate change. Now I would like to say, as I have said, major rivers in Himalayan mountains, it starts from Indus River, then it adds in Brahmaputra. So what I would like to, why I am mentioning is that just see in the Himalayan mountains, we are having a lot of rivers. How the rivers are the lifeline of the people of Jammu Kashmir, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, and so on and so forth. Just I would like to say here just I would like to say that rivers are heroes of biodiversity. It should be agreed, and also we must agree. Why? Because fresh water covers less than 1% of all the water in the planet's surface. It provides habitat for many number of species. So as far as the species concerned, rivers are harboring lot of species that I will be telling one by one. Then apart from that, World Wildlife Fund, that is, they have published one report that is called Living Planet Report 2020. And as per the Living Planet Report 2020, and population of global freshwater species have declined by 84% since 1974. Means 4% per year the freshwater species have been declined. Therefore, there is a need to mainstream development model, water management policies, conservation and protected area, policy for integrity of freshwater ecosystem, and livelihood of communities that depend on them. As I was saying that I was referring to Northeast region, and as of now, we have conducted 14 river basin studies that we call it cumulative impact assessment and carrying capacity studies, and out of that 7 are from Arunachal Pradesh. And I would be giving one of the examples of Kamen River, and the blue one which we are seeing now, Tista River that falls in West Bengal, and Yamuna that is in Uttarakhand. Now the river basin study is going on. Just I would like to tell you why the river basin study I am mentioning and how I am going to link with the biodiversity loss. River basin study is in short, but you call it cumulative impact assessment and carrying capacity study. Here, we generally give thrust on environmental flow, so that what happened, the minimum environmental flow is maintained in the river, so that what happened, any project is coming, they would like to, or they will be releasing the water, minimum quantity of water they would be releasing during the linear season, so that the river is maintained, or the river system is maintained, or the river life is maintained. And apart from that, if there are bumper to bumper projects, then we call it free flow stretches. That is the distance between the terrace tunnels of the upstream project to the full reservoir length of the downstream projects. This should be as good as the original one, so that what happened here, I can maintain my fisheries life. That is why this free flow stretches is maintained. Apart from that, viability based on forest area, capacity of the project, then last but not the least, biodiversity of the area. So these are the few parameters I have mentioned, that these parameters are looked into, and we try to include in the CIA and CCS studies. I have not mentioned about air quality, water quality, but since I am talking about biodiversity loss, so I am mentioning on these particular things. For your kind information, 7 river basin studies have been completed, and we started way back in 2015, and in 2018, the last one is coming on. So I would like to give you the details of the Kamang River here, and how we are going to get back the biodiversity loss, that I am going to. As you know all, the river is around the river flow is around 264 kilometers, and earlier the river was known it originates at one of the glacier lake, which is located at 6,300 meters, and the greatness of this river basin is below. Became famous for this particular source. Already told, but like Dijen, Tenga, Gangri, Bicham, Para, Pacha, like that they are there. And this river basin is divided into 3 parts. One is upper sub-basin, another is western sub-basin, and eastern sub-basins. And there are 44 projects have been conceived or have been proposed. And out of this, I think Kamen River has got the environmental clearance, and remaining they are given only the terms of reference. And these 44 projects are comprised of 5,800 megawatt. Out of these 44 projects, I'll just give you one brief also. 16 projects are more than 50 megawatt. 14 projects are either they are between 20 to 50 megawatt, and these projects, out of these 16 and 14, this is 30 projects, they require environmental clearance either from the Ministry of Environment and Forest or the state government, or either from the CIA. And another 14 projects, they are having capacity of less than 25 megawatt. Just I would like to tell you the ecology. This has been studied sometime in way back in 2013. And ecology, in the sense, I would like to tell you the baseline area, how the ecology of this river basin is. The forest system, somebody has said, the major forest types in Kameng River basins are tropical semi-evergreens, subtropical semi-evergreens, subtropical oak, secondary forest, plantations, secondary moist, subtropical pine, and subtropical mist pine. And as for the river baseline study that we did it in 2013, we could find around 349 species of different kind of flora. It was trees, shrubs, herbs, climber, grasses, sedges, orchids, bamboos, and parasite. And 73 animals have been identified. Out of 73, there are 18 Schedule 1 species, and they are either vulnerable or near threatened or endangered. And as per the species like Huluka given, slow loris, capped langur, red coral, Himalayan musk deer, tiger, and so forth. Just I need not show all the things, just I just skip this one because I have already said. Then just 218 avifauna or birds have been reported, and out of these, great hornbill, weathered hornbill, oriental piped hornbill, white winged wood duck, and pigeons are important among them. Then apart from these fisheries, they have identified, or as per the study, 70 species have been reported in the basins, and western basins 45, then in upper sub-basin 53 species, then eastern sub-basin 66 species. And these are belonging to 5 orders and 17 families. The fishes like cyprins were dominant, followed by catfishes, loaches, perches, and eels. Then I would like here there are 9 wildlife sanctuaries and 2 national parks covering 9,246 kilometers of area, and the 3 sanctuaries like Eagle Nest, Sesa Orchids, and Pakul are situated in the Kameng rivers. And most of the eco-sensitive zone are present in the eastern sub-basin, and small part are present in western sub-basin towards right bank of Tenga sub-basin of Bissam rivers. Then, as I have said, combined forest of Eagle Nest Wildlife Sanctuary, Pake Tiger Reserves, Seksa Orchid Sanctuary, and Nameri National Park, that is in Assam. They surround the forest covers, and the forest cover is around 2,500 square kilometer. This already I have said. Here, this is the location of the projects in the Kameng river basins and their tributaries, which the Kameng river meets Brahmaputra, that is at Tezpur. Now, apart from this, now how, see, once we have carried out the CIA and CCS studies or carrying capacity studies, then to manage this biodiversity or manage this wide varieties of biodiversity, what are our management plan, that I would like to tell you one by one. See here, now we have modified the hydrology regime so that what happened, the projects, some of the projects capacity have been reduced to sustain the minimum environmental flow, and also to keep the minimum 3 flow stages between bumper to bumper projects. This is one of the major modification we have carried out. This I need not read also. Then flora and fauna. See here, this Kameng 1, Kameng 2, Pake HEP, Cebu HEP, and Pasar are located on the boundary of the reserve forest. So, seeing the location of the project's capacity, either the project capacity or the submergence of the area have been modified. And accordingly, we have also approved the environmental management plan for the CIA-CCS. For your kind information, let me tell you here, this is the overall CIA-CCS of the river basin studies. Based on this, we have identified the projects, whether the projects to be dropped or modified, or maybe modified with certain changes of configurations. So therefore, what happened, accordingly, this environmental management plan has been prepared in the cumulative impact and carrying capacity studies. And as I have said, environmental flow. See here, there are 2 major umbrella pieces are Mahasir zone and drought zone. They are now and for Mahasir zone, since they are the umbrella fishes, and this is the minimum depth of the water to be maintained during different seasons. And this has been arrived as per the HECRAS version of 1.4.11 studies, and this has been approved by the Ministry of Environment and Forest. Now the recommendation part is that commissioning of base load power stations. Base load power station means for optimal use of environmental flow, base load or running of the projects have been structured in such a way that the minimum environmental flow to be maintained during the leanest of the season. Then apart from that, maintenance plans, management plan for sustain of fish species. So for the maintenance of particularly this umbrella fishes like snow trout and molasses, we have proposed for the ex situ as well as in situ conservation. But here, since we are talking about snow trout, so ex situ conservation is most viable options.
Sorry,
Impact on economically important medicinal plants. Here also we have suggested some of the medicinal plant, how they can be conserved, whether it is to be conserved ex situ or it is to be conserved in situ. Then we have also identified one of the threatened species, that is Lagostromia minuti carpa, and for that also we have suggested some kind of management plan.
Dr. Karkataji, please conclude.
Okay, just now I am having 2 slides. I'll just go through. This is for you only. Higher education institution, how they could be helping the Ministry of Environment and Forest. Here we have a national mission on biodiversity and human well-being, and the project has recently been, or the mission has been approved by the Department of Expenditure, having 2,000 crores, and we will be recruiting the PIs and co-PIs very recently. And under this program, we are having 7 sub-programs, that is Nisarg Bharat, Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, Biodiversity Climate Change, Biodiversity in Agriculture, and Biodiversity in Health, Biodiversity and Bioeconomy. So what I would like to say, now we will be advertising the recruitment of PIs and co-PIs, and I request the organizer may kindly go through the advertisement so that who are having the expertise in these particular areas, they can apply and can get the projects, so that the biodiversity loss, or they can cooperate us, or the project can be given to them, and accordingly this can be implemented. Then we are in the Northeast, we are having 2 projects. One is One Health and Agroecology, another is Northeast, that is other area-based conservation measures we are having. And now we have approved 10 projects for 50 crores and consist of 10 different organizations. Thank you very much for your giving me an opportunity to speak. Thank you very much. I end my speak now.
Thanks, Karkataji. Now the session is open for 2-3 questions because the time is already closing down. So, but I saw only one question in chat box. If any other members are having, they can unmute and they can ask 1 or 2 questions. And that chat box question is state support in several forms and bodies is there, but the fact is not known to many people, many youth. Any effort to bring this information to youth? That's one question. In chat box it was there. They are asking that the information is not known to many youth people, and so any kind of efforts are being made for bringing that information to youth. This is what the question is being posed.
May I come in?
Yes.
May I come? May I come in? Just see, here we are taking interns, and there are as of now there are 27 subjects. And in each subject we are taking 3 interns, and that has been publicized in our website. And now I am taken 2 subjects, that is botany and biotechnology, and I will be recruiting 3 interns in each subject. So what I would like to tell you, somebody should know our website, so that, because see, in the latest, if you see somebody is regularly seeing our website, they can know it, that how the youth can be benefited from our website. This is number 1. Number two, another 25 interns we are taking through UNDP, and that UNDP is also duly they are publishing it for their selections. Now 11th, today we are having the programs for them. So what I would like to tell you is that somebody should know how they should apply for different kind of interns programs. For that, I would like to tell you there should be some kind of sensitization of meetings, calling maybe Ministry of Environment, Forest, and some other people, so that this youth can know it.
Karkataji, somebody is asking your email address to have further clarifications. You can type in chat box your email address. Okay. And actually, not only in your website, my suggestion is that you need to have a responsibility to sensitize the biodiversity rules and regulations and acts, and everything should be publicly through state biodiversities and all regional biodiversity boards. Otherwise, no, people are not aware of the rules which have been imposed by the Minister of Environment. This is my feeling that these rules are not strict in India. Why? Because it is not been known to many people. This is my observation.
Just for your kind information, next month we are going to organize a workshop for all the state biodiversity boards in Chennai. Our minister has already given the consent, and you are going to organize the workshop.
Webinars and conferences will not be that much useful. The government, state revenue boards and district revenue boards has to make these rules to be well aware of the public, and they should be implemented very strictly. Otherwise, biodiversity cannot be protected in India. This is for your kind information. Oh, I don't want to
that I agree.
because I cannot prolong because time is very paucity here. But rules are not being properly delegated by the state revenue department and also district revenue department. People are not aware of these biodiversity rules. This is my observation, sir.
Maybe initially I have mentioned that we have already constituted 276,000 biodiversity management committee at the local level, and these people are very much aware of it, because recently somebody contacted me and we are going to strengthen their capacity through our state's biodiversity board, because earlier it was not happening, but now we are going to have it. Regular meeting, regular consultation. We are going
to please type your email address. Someone is asking about your email address.
Yes, I have already given. Already given.
It is not coming out. It is not coming in chat box.
I have already given. Please check.
It is not coming in chat box. In chat box, you type your email address.
I have typed, but it is. I don't know how it is not coming.
You type just everyone, sir, not everyone.
Yes, I have made everyone, and I have typed also.
You type. I will type.
Let me see once again.
Yes, sir. Any other questions or any other suggestions from honorable VCs and AIU?
Sir, I would like to, with permission of Madam, I would like recently the Honorable Secretary General has taken an initiative like to visit to the agriculture fields, and collaboration with the agriculture universities. Students can go and learn about how the crops are basically forming, and farmers are doing something. So same way for sir has already mentioned this thing, that they are just basically taking the 3-4 intern for the program, and this is not sufficient. How can in the larger interest of the universities and the larger interest of the goal of this biodiversities, how can we integrate, like other universities can develop some program, or maybe the board can fund something so a student can visit, and so such type of have the public awareness program for that?
The question is for me?
Yeah, for you that.
Just I'll tell you in short. This can happen only through regular consultations. And also what happened, because as you have said, small numbers interns taking is not viable, but this is a small thing that we have already started. It is not on, this is in our ministry only. It is across all the line ministry, these interns are being taken. But in our ministry, we are taking maybe 27 into 3, 91 interns we are taking. And under me, 6 would be there. And for your kind information, this is happening since last 4 years. And those interns who are coming here, recently I had 3 interns. One intern She was selected in WII. One intern now he has been selected in one of the universities in Japan. Another interns now she will be, maybe she is getting in job in WWI. So what I would like to tell you, maybe it is small person we are giving small efforts from our side. It may not be the whole students, but small efforts from our ministries per se. I am just saying.
Dr. Karketa, one thing which we can do is that because AIU is representing 871 universities, so if you are able to send these positions, whether internships or in projects like PI and all those things, so if you are able to send it to us, we can disseminate it to all the universities. So that can help out.
For my may I come in? For my national missions, this PI and co-PIs we are going to advertise. This is through online as well as through the newspaper also. This will be published very largely. So this will
put
be
AIU also in your mailing list so that we can further disseminate it to 870 universities.
Okay. Maybe. So this will be very much helpful to you also, because we require experts to work on these various biodiversity programs.
That's why I was saying this.
I think there is one last question posted in chat. I will read out. In Northeast region has multiple community conserved areas. What are the incentivization program of the Government of India to support these community initiatives in biodiversity conservation? And another question is, in the EIA process, biodiversity assessment remains a weak dot. How can be strengthened? I think either Karkataji or Rawatji can answer this information.
Dr. Darlan, good afternoon. Yes, how are you? You are in Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. You are asking the same question to me. But anyway, I'll try to reply. As you have said, biodiversity assessment, as per the Biological Diversity Act, if you go to section 36(2), there we have already mentioned. What we have mentioned, now we are sending this message to all the IA division, that is Impact Assessment Division, whenever they are going to give the environmental clearance. Prior to giving the environmental clearance, biodiversity assessment would also be part of that. So now you are trying to give, but what are the projects are in place? For them, it is very difficult to carry out biodiversity assessment. But for your kind information, recently some river valley projects have conducted their post EIA studies, and in the post EIA studies, this biodiversity assessment was also part of the post EIA studies. Just this is for your information. This we have just started. This is the beginning of the what should I say, our division. And anything else, Dr. Ramna?
I think time is getting up. We will close this session with the permission of AIU. I thank all the speakers, Rajrishi and also Dr. S. Karkata and Dr. Rawat for their excellent information on this SDG 15. Now it is over to organizers.
Thank you, sir. And on behalf of AIU and Tezpur University, I would like to thank the chairperson, Professor Rao, and the three eminent speakers, Mr. Chakraborty, Dr. Rawat, and Dr. Karkata. And thank you all for taking part in this wonderful discussion. We shall now proceed to the valedictory session. I hand over the camera and the mic to our anchor, Rodali. Thank you. Good afternoon once again. I'd like to begin the valedictory session. Should I?
Oh. Sure, please.
A warm good afternoon to everyone present here. I am delighted to offer a gracious welcome to you all once again to the valedictory session of the East Zone Vice Chancellors Meet 2021-22, organized by the Association of Indian Universities, hosted by Tezpur University and endorsed by the United Nations. I'm Rodali Kharma, a research scholar from the Department of English, Tezpur University, and it is a matter of immense pride for me to play a role of the conveyor in front of this galaxy of seasoned academicians, researchers, and dignitaries. Without further delay, may I take the pleasure of requesting our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Tezpur University, Professor Vinod Kumar Jain, to deliver his welcome address to you all. Professor?
I'd like to request you.
Thank you, Rudali. Honorable Chief Guest of this valedictory session, Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, the Principal Secretary, Higher Education, Assam Government, the President AIU, Dr. Thiru Vasagam, the Secretary General, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, the chairpersons of the various sessions during the 2 days, Professor Suranjan Das, Professor Kuchwaha, Professor Sita Raman, Professor G.D. Sharma, Professor Rao, and all the eminent speakers, the Vice Chancellors, ladies and gentlemen. It is such a pleasure to welcome you all for this valedictory session. We have had some very engaging and enriching sessions over the 2 days, and we have been treated to some very wonderful presentations, and we have got to know about the progress or the status of the progress against each of these SDGs, and also what are the activities and the programs which are currently underway in realizing these SDGs. But one of the common thread which has emerged out of the deliberations over the 4 days is that the HEIs should undertake or enhance their extension and outreach activities to sensitize not only the students about these SDGs, but also the society at large. The another thing which emerged out of these presentations was about the need to mainstream the SDGs in the curricula of the HEIs. The third thing which emerged was that since all these SDGs relate to some very complex challenges which are related to the development of the society in general and to provide the life of dignity for all, so some of these problems do require interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach. And it is here that the universities, where you have expertise available across the disciplines, they can play a very useful role. And the third thing which emerged out of these discussions was that can we have some low cost, affordable technological solutions which the country badly needs in order to have this dream of a self-reliant India. And the fourth and the last one, which became very crystal clear to all of us, was that we should sensitize our students not to indulge in consumption of resources which are excessive, which are unwarranted. Because at the end of the day, whatever we do has some impact on someone on this planet. I think this realization has to be hammered home in every single student across all HEIs. So avoiding the self-indulgent lifestyles as well as internalizing values which are humane and which are related to these sensitivity to the environmental issues. I think these were the four major points which emerged as far as the HEI's role is concerned. Having said that, I must also mention that after all these SDGs put together, the basic essence of all these SDGs is, or rather the theme or the premise behind these SDGs is that no one is left behind. And therefore, not only as an individual, I think this point was also very clear in some of the presentations, not only as the individuals, but as HEIs. We have a moral responsibility, ethical responsibility, because after all these environmental issues have a moral and ethical dimension. And therefore, as HEIs or as individuals, we have a responsibility to do our bit to see that our fellow human beings live a life of dignity. I think that is the basic premise which has emerged from the discussions over last 2 days. So thank you so much for making the 2 days seminar a very engaging one, a very useful one, very informative one, and we all have learned a lot. So thank you, Professor Thiru Vasagam and Dr. Pankaj Mittal for having chosen the Tezpur University and having given us the responsibility of organizing this event. And finally, I welcome our honorable chief guest. He could not be present on the inaugural session because he had some other commitment. He was in Hyderabad and he was on his way to Guwahati, so he could not be there in the inaugural session. But we are very lucky and privileged to have Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, with whom I have had the privilege and honor to interact on a earlier occasion, and I do know how how much conversant he is with not only environmental issues but in general all the gamut of challenges and the issues which the higher education system is currently seized of. So, Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, on behalf of Tezpur University and on behalf of the organizing committee, a very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you so much. So, with these words, Rudali, you can proceed with
Yes,
the rest of the program.
Thank you so much, Professor, for your warm welcoming note. And as in the welcome address itself, the professor has mentioned, we had wonderful presentations on the theme of realizing SDGs, HEIs for ensuring clean energy, green environment, and sustainable ecosystem. And for how the 4 technical sessions went, there will be a report, and to present the report of this annual meet and seminar, I'd like to request Rituraj Buragohai, Assistant Professor of the Department of Civil Engineering, Tezpur University. I'd like to request Buragohai to proceed.
She's not there. Some issue is there. Yes.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries present, all the vice chancellors of various universities, and all the respected speakers. So I'm going to present the brief report on the event. The inaugural session of the East Zone Vice Chancellors Meet on Sustainable Development Goals commenced at 10 a.m. of 10th January 2022. Professor V.K. Jain, Vice Chancellor of the host university, Tezpur University, delivered his welcome address where he commented on the necessity of higher education institutions to amplify the message on climate action, mitigation and adoption, and train manpower to equip the country for realizing the SDGs. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of AIU, commented that in her introductory address, commented that this meet would allow the Vice Chancellors to discuss on the SDGs 7, 13, 14, and 15 and arrive at a strong action plan, which shall also aid the HEIs in achieving higher ranks in world rankings. Then the presidential address was delivered by Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam, President of AIU and Vice Chancellor AMET University, where he pointed out that the East Zone Vice Chancellors Meet shall enable the HEIs to develop action points with focus on teaching, research, and community development approaches. The inaugural address was delivered by Honorable Governor of Assam and the Chancellor of Tezpur University, and the chief guest of this event, Professor Jagdish Mukhi. The Honorable Governor emphasized the presence of many roadblocks in unleashing the energy sector in the country, which is SDG 7, and that The HEIs can improve the awareness on climate change, which is SDG 13, and due to their unique position in the society, he mentioned that the HEIs have immense scope in assisting the country to catch up with the SDGs 14 and 15 as well, at the local as well as the global levels. The inaugural session also saw the release of the university news special issue on the theme of the zonal meet. And vote of thanks was delivered by Professor Shankar Chandra Deka of Tezpur University and Chief Coordinator of the zonal meet. After that, the first interactive session, interface with officers from apex bodies, was organized to interconnect the regulatory bodies like AICTE, NAC, and ICAR with universities and institutions of higher learning. It was chaired by Professor Suranjan Das, Vice President, AIU and BC, Jadavpur University, Kolkata, and co-chaired by Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, AIU. The speakers for the session were Dr. R.C. Agarwal, Deputy Director General, ICAR, New Delhi, Dr. Neeraj Saxena, Advisor, Institutional Development Cell, AICTE, New Delhi, and Dr. Sujata P. Shanbhag, Advisor, NAC, New Delhi. The key recommendations from these sessions included the restructuring of the current educational systems to encourage learner-centered learning, then emphasis on virtual education in the future with multilingual educational resources, support for HEIs in establishing 24/7 laboratories to translate student ideas involving environmental issues into realized prototypes, measures on aspects like gender and economic equity, cleanliness, water harvesting, sustainable development, etc., by focusing on employment and placement of students, industry linkages, scholarship, waste management systems, biogas, solar energy, etc. Role of agriculture in universities in delivering multidisciplinary and holistic education and adoption of digital infrastructure and market-oriented curriculum. So following this session, the first technical session was started on the topic of contribution of HEIs in ensuring affordable and clean energy, that is SDG 7, began after the lunch break and was chaired by Professor Saket Kushwaha, Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal Pradesh. Speakers of the sessions were Dr. Rene Van Barkel, Head of the Regional Office, UNIDO, Dr. Biva Thavan, Director General, the Energy and Resources Institute, Terry, Professor V.S. Satyanarayana, Vice Chancellor, C.V. Raman Global University, Odisha, Dr. Shubhra Datta, Customer Consultant, South Asia ANG Elsevier, Research Solution Sales, Gurgaon. The recommendations from these sessions were development of dedicated departments on sustainable development and climate change in HEIs to bring in interdisciplinary subjects under one roof and ensure a complete realization of SDG 7, bring sustainability to mainstream education through academic curriculum, co-curricular activities and research activities. Indian HEIs worked in diverse teams and adoption of the process of system and design thinking for innovation and collaboration of HEIs with corporations working towards the development of new technologies that can help them to achieve sustainable development goals. After that, the second technical session with the heading Contribution of HEIs in Taking Urgent Action to Combat Climate Change, which is SDG 13, was chaired by Professor T.G. Sitharam, Director of IIT Guwahati. Speakers of the sessions were Ms. Gayatri Raghava, Environmental Educational Consultant, UNEP, Mr. Avinash Mishra, Advisor, Natural Resources and Environment and Island Development, Vertical Niti Ayog, New Delhi, Mr. Nilesh Kumar Shah, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, New Delhi, and Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, Senior Advisor and Head, PCPM Department of Science and Technology, New Delhi. The key recommendations from this session were integrating climate change measures into international policy initiatives and planning, involvement of the higher education institution in climate action by means of multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary research and education, and strategy for the establishment of a climate action innovation hub in each institution. Higher education institutes' active involvement in resolving real world problems and recognize the importance of improved education and research in order to build and preserve a sustainable society. On 11 January, the third technical session was started on the topic of contribution of HEIs in conserving marine resources for sustainable development, which is SDG number 14. It was chaired by Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice Chancellor of University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. The speakers of the session were Dr. Sonia Hanam, environmental scientist, United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP, Shri Anup K. Mudgal, IFS, and former High Commissioner to Mauritius, New Delhi, and Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Director of National Institute of Oceanography, Goa. The recommendations from the technical session were marine litter as a universal problem of transboundary nature with low plastic recycle rate, and India great role to play in it. Then HEIs can take up assessment and research on marine litter and contribute to developing a business mechanism and behavioral change. So two important options that humankind has at present for tackling challenges for SDG 14 are to adopt circular economy, reduce, reuse, and recycle, and to find new sources of resources. The Indian Ocean has an important place in the marine ecosystem and atmosphere, as it covers an area of 70.5 billion square kilometers. India has been working in the area of retainment of polymetallic nodules, particularly manganese nodules, since the past 40 years. After this session ended, the AIU business session was held on the second day of East Zone Vice Chancellors meet on Sustainable Development Goals, and was organized to communicate the status of activities of AIU business. The meeting was chaired by the President of AIU, Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam, and the business report was presented by Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General. The key points of the sessions were as follows. Dr. Mittal presented the activities taken up by AIU over the past year. She highlighted the new initiatives taken up by the AIU, such as equivalence certificates, AIU QEDEX platform for professional development of faculty, MOUs for academic collaborations, online workshops, and webinars, etc. The President of AIU launched 4 new AIU schemes awards for universities, which includes Best Faculty Researcher, Best Publication, Best Doctoral Thesis, and Best All-Rounder University Student. After that, the fourth and last technical session on contribution of HEIs in protecting terrestrial ecosystems and halting biodiversity loss, that is SDG 14, was chaired by Professor K.R. S. Sambasiva Rao, Vice Chancellor, Mizoram University. The speakers of the session were Mr. Rajarshi Chakravarti, State Project Officer, UNDP, Dr. A.S. Rawat, IFS and Director General of ICFRE, Dehradun, and Sri S. Kerketta, Scientist G, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, New Delhi. The high points from the sessions were awareness generation through educational and applied research on sustainable utilization of terrestrial bioresources and eco-restoration by joint efforts by various stakeholders. The key role of HEIs in ex situ conservation of natural habitats through biological research and their support in capacity building at grassroots levels for sustainable use of natural resources, and importance of conservation and restoration of river and forest systems all over the country, and the current efforts towards achieving these goals in the form of scientific studies as well as field measures. With this, I conclude this brief report on the East Zone VC Meet 2021-22 hosted by Tezpur University. I hand over the platform to our anchor, Mr. Todali. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Mr. Buragoy for presenting the report. And now I'd like to go to the next program, that is addressed by the Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities, Dr. Pankaj Mittal. I'd like to request her to convey her remarks on the today's meet. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Principal Secretary, Higher Education of Assam, Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti ji, Honorable President of AIU, Dr. Thiruvasagam ji, Vice President of AIU, Dr. Suranjan Das ji, Vice Chancellor of Tezpur University, Professor V.K. Jain ji, who is also a very good friend, distinguished chairpersons and speakers of various technical sessions, esteemed vice chancellors who are attending this conference, all the officers of AIU and the Tezpur University who have been participating and helping us all through this particular conference. A very good afternoon to all of you and welcome to the valedictory session. First of all, I would like to convey my thanks to the Tezpur University. Sir, you have really held this particular conference in such a fashion that it was almost a glitch-free, no issue at all. It went off so softly, the whole conference. So to you, sir, and to the entire team of the Tezpur University, I am very, very grateful. All the sessions were held in a very, very nice manner, I mean perfect manner, I should say. And the speakers, thanks to Dr. Rama, the speakers were really excellent. I myself got so much of learning experience during these 1.5 days, and so many new terms I learned, like climate refugees. I couldn't even think of climate refugees, but unless it was told yesterday, double migration, or like even that India is faring very well in, say, SDG 7, which relates to clean energy. India is number 3 in the world, which was very, very encouraging to know. We were talking about net zero emissions, and they're creating a sort of a sustainable future. So I won't be talking long, but 4 5 key takeaways from the 2 day session I'll be talking about in, say, 10 10 20 20 seconds. One, I think, one takeaway was that realizing the SDGs cannot be done unless it is practiced in the campuses of the universities. So all the universities, not only these 4 SDGs which were being discussed in this conference, all the 17 SDGs, the universities have to practice on their campus, whether it is clean energy, clean environment, everything. So for everything, if we can practice it on our campuses, that is the first takeaway. Second, someone suggested in the chat box also that the students are not sensitized to creating a sustainable future. As I was saying in a session earlier also, that the students are the future of the nation. We are talking about the demographic dividend of India, which is emerging out of the young population we have. But unless this young population is sensitized towards the sustainable future, we won't have a sustainable future. So if we can have some course modules or curriculum in which the students are sensitized that it is their responsibility, I say that it is the responsibility of higher education institutions to sensitize the students towards a sustainable future. So that is the second takeaway, and I think in our recommendation we will be writing to the UGC, AICT to create such modules so that the students are sensitized and make those modules sort of mandatory, so the students do understand what is sustainable development and what is sustainable future. Third, I feel that the universities can do a lot of research, and the research can be in 2 areas. One, if there is a university is working in that particular area, that can be a specialized research, and the second can be a policy research. So in policy research, universities can be sort of giving guidelines or the methodology to the government also, or to the regulatory bodies, on how universities can help in realizing the sustainable development goals, or how they can work better in realizing the sustainable development goals. So third was the research, both policy research as well as the specialized research. Fourth, I think some in today's session also we saw that there are many government schemes about which awareness is not there, and many government schemes about which the impact is not known. So if the universities can work as a third party for conducting the impact analysis of the schemes which are launched by the government, because many good schemes are launched, but in sort of for want of awareness in the general public, or for want of impact analysis, we are not able to know. So if the universities can take up the impact analysis as a third party, it will be very, very good. And lastly, the universities can also undertake the projects. Just now we were talking about so many projects which are being launched by the government of India in the field of sustainable development, but many of us are not aware of it. So at AIU, we will also try that the information about all these projects is being delivered to our universities so that they can actively take part in this. But then that is a very good area where the universities can contribute. So become PI or co-PI. I mean, the university faculty can work as a PI or co-PI in these projects and help the government to meet the sustainable development goals. So I think these 5 were my takeaways. There, of course, there will be many more. The Honorable President will be speaking. The Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University, Tezpur University, Dr. V.K. Jan has already indicated many of his takeaways. So in the end of all these 5 conferences and the main conference, we are going to bring out a really good report on how the higher education institution, and I think this will be a very, very sought after report. So we are collaborating with one university to produce a report, and it will be before you within, say, around 6 months of completion of all the conferences. So thank you very much. Thanks to Tezpur University for holding it. Thanks to the entire team of Tezpur University. And thanks to the entire AIU team, starting from Alok Mishra ji, Dr. Ramapani ji, Vijender, Satyapal. Actually, these were the 4 people who were involved in conducting everything, whether selecting the speakers, talking to them, making the program, taking care of IT initiatives. So these 4 people from AIU worked a lot. So thanks to all 4 of them for holding this, and thanks to our own president and the vice president for always being so encouraging and helping us out in any difficulty or otherwise also. So they are very, very supporting. So thank you very much. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all the vice chancellors for participating very actively. It was a real good conference, and there were so many learnings from this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mittal, for being with us starting from the inaugural session. And I'd like to extend our thanks. Now, I'd like to request Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam, the President of Association of Indian Universities and the Honorable Vice Chancellor of AMET University of Chennai, to convey his presidential address. I'd like to request Colonel Thiruvasagam, sir. Sir, please.
Sir, please unmute yourself, sir, please.
Good afternoon to every one of you. Most respected Shri Kalyan Chakravarti, the Secretary, the Department of Higher Education of Government of Assam, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Hosting University, Professor V.K. Jain, Honorable Vice President of Asuna India University, Professor Suranand Das, most respected Secretary General, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, officials of AIU and Tezpur University, most importantly, the participating Vice Chancellors. First of all, I would like to convey my sincere thanks once again to Professor V.K. Jain, the Vice Chancellor of Tezpur University, for hosting these 2 days, the mega event in the recent past as far as the AIU is concerned. I should appreciate not only the Vice Chancellor and his very dynamic team what he has. As correctly observed by Dr. Pankaj Mittal, I don't have the feeling that I am attending the conference virtually, because the technical team of the university and the coordinators of this program, they brought each and every aspect of the program in front of us as if we are physically witnessing all the programs. So thank you very much, Vice Chancellor sir. Kindly convey my sincere thanks and greetings to all your colleagues. Okay. Hope that every year AIU will come to you with a request to host any one of the conferences of AIU in your campus, sir. Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry. Moreover, I have been participating seminar and conferences for many years. As a matter of fact, the conference of these 2 days only, I was able to see the experts mostly from the areas of non-academic. I'm not underestimating the academicians. We are the base for every one of us in the universe as well. But the speakers drawn by AIU with the guidance of Dr. Pankaj Mittal and done by Dr. Mrs. Pani, really worth mentioning as well. They have drawn people from throughout the country with a different organization of state and central, nationally and globally as well. One way I must thank the COVID-19 pandemic. If the program is in a offline mode, it's very difficult to draw all these people to come physically and make a presentation. Today and yesterday it happened mainly because we made the program virtually as well. So we are very, very lucky enough. As said by Dr. Pankaj Mittal, I do endorse with her. I also learned many things about environment, biodiversity, and significance of various SDGs as well. So I should thank both this Tezpur University AIU for making this conference really worthful and purposeful, and it has given way for future scope also. Invariably, our Vice Chancellor Dr. V.K. Jain and Dr. Pankaj Mittal mentioned that, see, we can discuss and deliberate unless we carry forward through our student all these SDGs, no way it is going to be useful. And there will not be any meaning for the term education until we give something to the nation and something to the community as well. It is a fact. Invariably, people mention that the students should be given orientation. I should like to differ from you. Even the Vice Chancellors, through this conference only, we have gained some knowledge. What about our faculty? They are the major mentors and ambassadors. So it is the duty of every Vice Chancellor, as early as possible, we have to convene seminar and conferences like this. Firstly, exclusive for faculty, and see that some transformation will be taken place to all our faculty members on all the 17 SDGs as well. If you do it, certainly, as envisaged by some of the speakers, it can very well will be taken in the form of curriculum, extension activities, and research as well. Out of the 1.5 days session, I was able to identify certain challenges what we are going to face when we are going to these SDGs to the end user. Sometimes you can take it as a end user is a student, or otherwise we can take it end user is a community as well. With your permission, I would like to place before we at least a fifth such possible challenges, and along with a way forward as well. Every higher education institution across the globe is likely to be engaged with SDGs, but their duty of engagement will likely vary considerably as well. It will be influenced by institutional leadership, institutional resource allocation, student activism, and even social and political imperatives, which are likely to play a part in how institutions embark on their SDGs journey. There are many challenges, but a key one for higher education institutions is knowing the depth and breadth of activity, including institutional expertise related to every SDGs. Yes, the first challenge is higher education institutions are increasingly aligning their strategy to the SDGs, including the use of SDG taxonomy for measuring social and environmental impacts. In doing so, they need to identify which SDGs are most pertinent to them in terms of targets and indicators, recognizing that there are differences across countries and the world region. Second one, higher education institutions are used to look inwards and outwards so that they can map areas of relative strengths and weaknesses and forge a way forward. This process may involve accessing the extent to which efforts and activities across SDGs are identified and can be documented and form part of an assessment, sustainability, and SDGs impact report. Third, higher education institutions have to identify, monitor, and evaluate metrics in very conscious and clear way, demonstrate their progress or lack of progress in achieving their SDGs, and the additional financial resources that need to be allocated to this task. Fourth, critically, the success of implementing SDGs is working in partnership with the stakeholders, both internal and external. In doing so, we can establish mechanism by which higher education institutions can harness joint efforts to tackle some of the common challenges. Finally, the global SDGs indicators undergo annual refinement and a comprehensive reviews in 2025. To conclude, leaders of higher education institutions and institutional planners are used to consider the best way they can use the SDG indicators and own identified ones and the tier classification, the performance measurement region. My dear friends, higher education institution leaders are also urged to take an active role through their institutional networks in refining the global SDG indicators framework. Before saying bye-bye to you all, I invite all the VCs to come to Mysore to participate in the national conference, which is scheduled to be held on 23rd and 24th of March 2022. I am confident that by that time, the present pandemic situation will be totally changed. So you are invited to come along with your family members and to see that there is going to be a beautiful gathering of the families of vice chancellors, and of course it will be a good opportunity for us to discuss in detail the national level in the area of 17 SDGs. Once again, I thank every one of you, especially Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Dr. Mrs. Pani, and our Vice President, Mr. Surandan Das, and the team of members of Tezpur University under the leadership of Dr. V.K. Jain and participating Vice Chancellor. Wish you all best of luck. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to AIU. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Colonel Srivastava, for your address. And now we'd like to come to the next program, that is the valedictory address. We are honored and delighted to have among us as our chief guest, Dr. B. Kalyan Chakravarti, the Principal Secretary of the Department of Education, Government of Assam. Dr. Chakravarti, instrumental in the signing of agreement by India with Bangladesh for opening up new sea river routes for transportation of food grains, has also implemented the World Bank AACP project, which improves livelihood parameters. Dr. Chakravarti has also played an instrumental role in handling flood disasters in Assam and has successfully administered relief and rehabilitation work. I am honored and I welcome Dr. Chakravarti, and may I request him to convey his valedictory address. Sir, please.
First and foremost, my respects to the host, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Jain of Tezpur University, for having me here with all the Vice Chancellors and the esteemed members and the organizers of this conference. But the Honorable Minister was also expected to be in this valedictory, and he actually is having a meeting, a parallel session. So I thought I should come here, not just represent him, but also represent administration. And I take this as a very important opportunity because I see that every intervention that we were to make with regard to climate change or with regard to sustainable development will go a long way in setting the agenda right. Somehow, as an administrator of almost now 30 years of various kinds of experience, what I do see is that the domain of politics, the domain of administration, and the domain of academics do not significantly overlap. There is a certain degree of overlap, but definitely the role that the higher education institutions can play in terms of both policy making and in terms of inputs into administration have to be much more significant and much more incisive than they have been before, and nowhere so more necessary than I think in the burning problems that society today faces. Now, if we were to look at the headlines across the world, wherever we go, two points dominate the world politics, the world economics. One is, of course, the green economy, and the other, of course, is social harmony. And these are the two main issues which are always discussed when there are two leaders or any kind of political gathering that happens across the world in the UN. But the green economy, though, of course, we have huge number of commitments under the SDGs, and we have definitely definite policies as to how we need to achieve our commitments under our contribution differentiated contribution to the Paris Protocol, we still have a certain degree of hastiness as far as the state governments are concerned. Even the government of India, in terms of the various ministries, I do see that the way in which we could probably have a much more diffused responsibility is somewhat lacking. Could be for various reasons. It could be an administrative focus, administrative lack of clarity. Perhaps this is something that the academics and the institutions of higher education can bring into sharper focus. For example, at the highest level, if I were to talk at the level of the nations, of course, we talk about carbon budgets, we talk about carbon taxation, we talk about revenue sharing between the nations in terms of saving of the GHGs. Of course, this is a global issues with regard to how do we carbon budgeting. But we did do when we talked about carbon budgets and zero, carbon emission kind of economies, like London is a zero emission kind of a city. We did try to do, for example, in the state of Telangana, where I worked for some time, I did try to find out as to what are the total emission of carbon dioxide and the GHGs as far as the state of Telangana is concerned. We estimated, though it was not required of us to do so, I estimated that it would be in the range of about 55 million tons of carbon dioxide and GHGs are emitted by the state of Telangana. And what is the savings in terms of the forests, and what is the saving in terms of whatever we do in terms of the overall effect, overall afforestation, other programs. Basically, it's mitigation. There's not much with regard to adaptation measures that any state government is so significantly doing. It comes to about 35 million tons. That is, there's a deficit of about 15 to 20 million tons of GHGs and carbon dioxide per state that we have today. And therefore, this is, of course, for a state like Telangana. I'm sure that if we were to multiply this across the country, we would be able to see as to how much of more we are on the negative side of the carbon emissions. Do we really have budgets for it? Do we have any incentivization for it? And do we really make a budget of the state government in trying to see when the budget of the state government is made, we make it in terms of the economics as to what is my total revenues, what are my total expenditures, what is my total taxation. It's seldom in terms of the amount of carbon dioxide that we do release, or how much amount of saving that I'm doing, and do I really make it zero or not. So there is no incentivization as far as currently, there is no incentivization as far as, in terms of the emissions that we do. So that is one thing, of course. Hopefully, somebody in the higher education could do a comparative study of all the state governments, could definitely say as to which state government is on the positive side, negative side, where are we across the country in terms of the total emissions as far as GHGs or the carbon dioxide is concerned. The second thing is that one of the things that was always should have been in the agenda, which I always think about and never get really the time, is that we could do some sort of a green budgeting, in the sense like we have policies on agriculture, we have policies on transportation, we have policies on urban planning, and many state governments do very, very innovative things. For example, again, in some of the state governments do things like green rating. They do something called green building codes, almost like the West. In Europe, if a building has a good green rating or a green building code, then its real estate value is higher. So that is one thing that we, of course, but we do not. We have only in terms of the real estate value. We don't have any value as such for the green rating or the green building code. Neither is it statutory, nor does it have a real estate or a economic value. So these are two things which are which I feel need. If the green economy, which is the future of the world, which we are all aware that something like we cannot afford to have more than 1.5 or 2 degrees increase in temperature, because that would be disastrous in terms of both climate change and in terms of the economics of the world. If we really have to reach that, then two things obviously we have to do. One is in terms of statutory kind of policies that we need to put, and also, of course, the economic incentivization or market incentivization that we need to do. Some degree of market incentivization perhaps happened at the Kyoto Protocol, but thereafter, we didn't do much thereafter in terms of as to somebody were to produce a forest, do we really give him those kind of incentives? We don't have it right now. Some of the countries have done it, like China, in terms of having their own markets. But in our country, we have neither explored it academically nor, we are looking at it administratively. At least as of now, we are not looking at it. So, so these are issues probably at the national level. One, which we need to look into in terms of green budgeting, in terms of what's the meaning of carbon taxation, what's the meaning of state-wise kind of emissions, and how do we really study these things both economically and scientifically, and then put these things in perspective so that administrators can make more informed decisions. Now, coming to, of course, the to what is it that the states are doing. As I said, that states do a lot of good things, but we really don't put it into any kind of a structured framework. I might do something like an agriculture which is less water intensive. I might do something which is transport, which is more in terms of electrical vehicles, or a municipal planning which is more into green building codes, or electricity which is more into solar. But what's the total impact, and really how does it compare with other states? And does it fall into an overall structure of the budget? We have not done, and which we should do. And maybe papers should be there on these kind of things, which can lead the way. The why I'm saying that this has to be done by the academics and the higher education institutions is because you have the wherewithal, the time, the intellectual capital to do so. Now, most of the administrators, even now when I'm here, and I'm sure Professor Jay would also, and most of you would realize, is that there are three parallel meetings happening, and then really one doesn't have either the necessary wherewithal to really sit down and make this into something which is cogent. So unlike the West, where the academics and the administrators work closely together in order to deliver, here that linkage is which should have been there, and which can make a difference, should probably be strengthened. And I do hope that it makes a difference. I see a lot of effort being made in that direction. Coming now to the absolute micro level at which we are working. One, for example, in the state of Assam, we are trying to make schools which are plastic free. We are trying to ensure that every school understands the meaning of what is the meaning of biodiversity. You must excuse me for a second, please. Just 1 second, please. I'm coming in 5 minutes, please. 5 minutes. Thank you. As far as schools are concerned, we are talking about how children should understand why biodiversity is being lost, what is the meaning of rare endangered species, school-wise, maintaining a biodiversity register, not maintaining at the state level or something, but maintaining a biodiversity register at the school-wise, making an effort in that direction. We're trying to make an effort in trying to, make the children understand what's the meaning of circular economy in terms of how wastage can be wealth, how waste to wealth, the circulation of waste into wealth can be made. But and how the future skills of children, how the green skills of children will be very critical. But green skills alone, in terms of just propagation of the concept, won't be enough. It has to actually result in marketability in terms of jobs, actually, where I think we are far behind. One of the professors was talking about how we have a demographic dividend. I am fearful of the demographic dividend because I see the future world. As I see the future world, I can see that. 1 minute, ma'am. I'm coming in a minute. Just a minute, please. I can see as far as the future is concerned, I can see that that because of artificial intelligence, because of computerization, a huge amount of our workforce will not have any employment. There will be a lot of things which will be done by computers, which will be done by robotics, and it will be certain skills only which will survive in the future. And therefore, the demographic dividend can be a demographic disaster unless and until we reskill along the right directions. And we have the right kind of skills, the kind of skills that we have. We talk about electricity, carpenters, we talk about, those kind of things. These things will be a thing of the past in the future. 10 years down the line, we will have very specialized kind of skills, and a lot of things will be made by robots. But a lot of things will be made by things which are which don't require the kind of skills which we are talking about today. And the only skills which probably will last in the future would be digital skills, green skills, skills with regard to social empathy, social networking. These are the kind of skills which will last in the future, and therefore the higher education institution should actually explore these things. Of course, a lot more things I would like to actually share. There are huge institutions like the Potsdam Institute of Climate Impact Research, which does great research in terms of what is the climate impact, climate changes that are happening, which we as administrators are not aware. I remember many times, when I told that this is the research of this institution, of this renowned institution, as to how much amount of rain will come over Hyderabad, that the impact of each rain will be about 200 crores. I mean, nobody would even understand. And if there are 10 rains over Hyderabad, that means we are talking about 1,000 crores loss. So if I'm predicting that there will be 1,000 crore loss over 1 year to my to the political executive, and saying that instead of that, why don't we invest 1,000 crores in increasing the drainage, etc. So basically, but unless and until we have that kind of exact studies as to what is the impact of climate change in terms of the revenues and the economy of the state, and therefore what kind of preemptive measure we can do in order to overcome that loss, and we make an economic sense, then only the administrators and the politicians will wake up and say, okay, we need to do this. We're going to suffer 1,000 crore loss. We can invest this, and we can make this difference. So there is a lot of exact science also which is there. I will conclude here, but I would like to thank once again all the esteemed organizers, the vice chancellors, for giving me an opportunity to be here. I am late for a couple of meetings. I have to rush, and I must excuse myself. I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I do really hope that we can come together to work on papers, come out with papers which make a difference at the macro level, at the state level, at the micro level, and be in the direction which we have to be, because it's just not a question of ethicality alone, it's a question of survival in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words and suggestions, and also your time. I hope we will, as you have commented in the end, we will meet again, possibly with better hopes for the future. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to come to the last program of the day, vote of thanks. I'd like to request the editor of the University News and the person who has been constantly working for this 2-day annual meet, Dr. S. Ramadevi Pani, on behalf of Association of Indian Universities, to convey her vote of thanks. Ma'am, please, I request you.
Thank you, Rodali. Good afternoon, one and all. Honorable Chief Guest of this valedictory session, Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, Principal Secretary, Higher Education, Government of Assam. Most respected President, Association of Indian Universities, Professor Tiruva Sagamji. Honorable President, Vice President of AIU, Professor Suranjan Das, Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University. Most acclaimed Madam Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities, Dr. Pankaj Mittal. Esteemed Vice Chancellor of Tezpur University, Professor V.K. Jain. Eminent chairpersons and speakers of various sessions. Honorable Vice Chancellors of different universities who are attending this meet. Distinguished guests, delegates, invitees, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have come to the conclusion of this East Zone Vice Chancellors meet of the Association of Indian Universities on the topic Realizing Sustainable Development Goals through Higher Education Institutions for Ensuring Clean Energy, Green Environment and Sustainable Ecosystem. Dashakupa Samavapi, Dashavapi Samohrada, Dashahrada Samaputro, Dashaputro Samodramahu. This is a shloka from ancient Indian scripture which signifies the importance of clean energy, green environment and sustainable ecosystem for the planet to survive. It says 1 step is equal to 10 wells, 1 pond is equal to 10 step wells, 1 sun is equal to 10 ponds and 1 tree is equal to 10 suns. So that is the importance of the trees, the energy and the sustainable ecosystem. As we all have witnessed, the meet was a great success, and the recommendations, very, very tangible, and recommendations have come out of this meet. In the words of Professor Jain, we have had a treat, a 2-day treat by the speakers of various sessions. I'm thankful to them all. And it is indeed an opportunity and privilege for me to conclude this meet through extending vote of thanks on behalf of Association of Indian Universities, also on behalf of Tezpur University and on my own behalf. As we have seen for this valedictory session, we had the presence of Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, Principal Secretary Education Government of Assam as chief guest. And we also have heard his enlightening and scintillating speech and many suggestions provided by him, not only to the universities, but to the government and the whole administration as a whole. I'm thankful to him and convey my gratitude to him on behalf of whole gathering. For the inaugural session, we had Professor Jagdish Mukhi, Honorable Governor of Assam, as chief guest. We are thankful to him for his informative and inspiring address. AIU is fortunate to have a great institution builder and visionary and sensitive scholar as its president in the session 2021 and 22. As its 100th president, Professor Tiruvasagam is thinking and preparing for another 100 years to come. We are thankful to Sir Colonel G. Tiruvasagam, President, Association of Indian Universities. You are going to make a mark among the more stalwarts who have led the association for the future. I thank you not only for presiding over this session, but for the taken by you to make AIU vibrant, utilitarian, and valuable. I'm thankful to you, sir. And I'm ever thankful to the vibrant and dynamic Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities. As we all are seeing, since she has joined, she has given a new dimension, new vision to AIU. She is continuously enthusiastic and full of energy, full of ideas, and she inspires the whole staff of AIU to march ahead to make this organization more valuable and useful for the member universities. I'm thankful to you, madam, for not only for this particular meet, but for giving vision and guidance to all of us at AIU. Thank you so much. And Professor V.K. Jain, Vice Chancellor, Tezpur University, is another popular figure in the country. He is popular for his knowledge, acumen, and most importantly, as the environmentalist. And we are very fortunate to hold this particular meeting on environment, SDGs 7, 13, 14, and 15 year in this university. And thank you. I thank you, sir, for hosting this meet under your able guidance and supervision. I know I had been contacting you time and again for seeking guidance from you for identifying the speakers and all. I'm thankful to you, and I'm also thankful to ensure that all the arrangements are proper, and we all enjoyed this meet as said by our President and Secretary General. As we all know, the significance of meet is to have scholars with insight, information, and knack of chairing these sessions. I must say that all the in this series, I am thankful to Professor Suranjan Das, Professor G.D. Sharma, Professor K.R.S. Sambasivara, Professor Saket Kushwaha, and Professor T.G. Sitaram for chairing this session so ably. I'm thankful to United Nations for providing their logo for the VC meets this year. I'm thankful to the representatives of United Nations, Dr. Rene Van Berkel, Dr. Gayatri, Dr. Sonia Hanam, and Dr. Rajarshi Chakravarti for their informative addresses. I'm thankful to Professor Suranjan Das, Vice President AIU, for chairing the session on interface with apex bodies and bringing to the fore certain pertinent points. I'm also thankful to Dr. R.K. Agrawal, Dr. Neeraj Saxena, and Dr. Sujata Shanbag, representatives from ICAR, AICT, and NAC, respectively, for their interface with Vice Chancellors. Indeed, we had excellent speakers from various backgrounds in various sessions who gave a lot of input for not only preparing for the document, but also ideas to the government as well as the higher education institutions. In this series, I am thankful to Dr. Vibha Dhawan, Dr. B.S. Satyanarayana, Dr. Shubhra Datta, Dr. Gayatri Ragwa, Mr. Avinash Mishra, Mr. Nilesh Kumar Shah, Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, Dr. Anup K. Mudgal, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Dr. Rajeshi Chakravarti, Dr. A.S. Rawat, and Shri A.S. Karketa. I'm thankful to you all. I'm very happy to see an overwhelming response for this East Zone Vice Chancellor's meet. We actually owe the success of the conference to the active participation of the Vice Chancellors. My thanks are due to all the Vice Chancellors for their kind presence and active participation in this meet. I'm personally, on behalf of AIU Tezpur University, thanking to you all, sirs and madams, to participate in this meet. I'll be failing in my duty if I do not thank the individuals who were involved in conduct of this meet. In this series, first of all, I would thank Dr. R.C. Deka for making such marvelous arrangement. He had been working for last many days to make a meet a success. I'm thankful to you, Dr. Deka. I'm also thankful to Dr. Biren Das, Registrar Tezpur University, for his continuous support, very subtle but strong support to hold this meet and make this meet see the light of the day. I'm thankful to you, Dr. Das. At AIU, we have Mr. Vijendra, as has been told by Secretary General and President, who had worked day and night to make this meet a success. And also we have Dr. Alok Mishra, Joint Secretary, Meetings Division. They both have worked to make this meet a success. And with Secretary General, we had Mr. Satyapal and Ms. Rekha, who in fact were continuously sending mails, seeking the mails, despite we have had this New Year event and so many holidays. But I should say that they did not take leave and continuously worked throughout the last 2 weeks to make this success. And with me, I have Yogita Thakur, who was continuously giving support to me. I'm thankful to all. And apart from this, there was contribution of many other staff and officers of AIU, directly and indirectly, to make this meet a success. I'm thankful to all. And I must thank Dr. Rudali Sharma, who so wonderfully anchored the inaugural and valedictory and a few other sessions. You are too good, Rudali. I'm thankful to you for and comparing these sessions. I'm also thankful to Tabli Ghosh and Ananya for anchoring the technical sessions so ably. And I should say that virtual meets cannot be successful without the support of technical teams. And in this series, I thank Mr. Dheeraj and his team at Tezpur University to make all arrangement for the smooth relay of this event. You have been appreciated by one and all, Mr. Dheeraj and team. I thank you for that. And at AIU, we have Mr. Shivam Dikshit, who ensured that there should not be any technical snag. For the last 2-3 days, he had been continuously working to remove all the technical snag and giving guidance to the speakers to how to make presentations and all. Thank you, Mr. Shivam. And my sincere thanks are due to the rapporteurs of this session for recording the deliberations of the meet so painstakingly. This will bring out a good report and a document for dissemination to various apex bodies in the government. I'm thankful to Rituraj Guragamai for presenting the report. And once again, I want to state that I'm most grateful to one and all who are involved in making this meet a success. On behalf of AIU, Tezpur University, I thank one and all for making this meet a success. I'm sorry if I had forgotten anybody's name, but I am indeed very thankful to one and all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your vote of thanks. I'm really thankful to be a part of this grand event. And I must include that though it is in a virtual mode, it was such a great event. And also, from my side, I'd like to thank everyone who was on the screen. We have seen them on the screen, and also the ones who have been behind the scene. Everyone, thank you so much. And thus, we have come to an end to this glorious two-day meet. I hereby sign off as the compeer for the event, and I wishes and hopes for the new year to all of you. Hope we meet someday soon. And now I'd like to request all of you to stand up for the national anthem to play. I'd like to request the technical team to relay the national anthem. Thank you so much.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you so much. Bye.
So thanks to all. Thank you very much for joining. See you soon and hopefully in face-to-face mode. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye, everyone. Bye, Dr. Mitra. Bye.
Rudali, you can say
Thank you.
something in
Namaskar.
Assamese.
Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Huh?
You can say something in Assamese, Rudali.
Sure, sure. মই সকলোলৈকে ধন্যবাদ জ্ঞাপন কৰিছো আৰু আশা কৰো অসমলৈ আপোনালোক সকলো আহিব আমি অসমত তেজপুৰ বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ৰ চৌহদত আকৌ এবাৰ লগ হ'ম বুলি আশা ৰাখিলো বহুত বহুত ধন্যবাদ নমস্কাৰ
Good. Very sweet language.
Very sweet language. In fact,
HEI.
Annual conference.
অশেষ ধন্যবাদ
Anakom
আশা কৰো তেজপুৰলৈ আহিব আপোনালোক
মকৰ সংক্ৰান্তি আৰু ভোগালী বিহুৰ শুভেচ্ছা জনালো
নিশ্চয় নিশ্চয় ছাৰ হয়
ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি তেজপুৰ ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি আহিব ছাৰ
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you in annual meet. Annual meet at AIU.
and on behalf of our university side.
Yeah, Neni, thank you so much.
Sir,
All of
they
you.
are working like
Yes.